the underground submersible train. In 1943, as Allied bombing campaigns began systematically dismantling Germany's surface infrastructure, a team of engineers working under the Reich Ministry of Armaments and War Production began developing a concept that would have made aerial bombardment strategically irrelevant to German military logistics. The project, referenced in surviving documentation under the classification Subterranean Transport Initiative, proposed a network of pressurized underground tunnels running beneath the European continent through which sealed submersible train carriages would travel at speeds no surface railway could match, connecting Berlin to the furthest edges of German-occupied territory without exposing a single supply line to Allied aircraft. Conventional railways in wartime Germany were among the most vulnerable and most critical components of the entire war machine. Fuel, ammunition, troops, and industrial materials all moved by rail, and Allied strategic bombing prioritized rail infrastructure accordingly. Bridges, switching yards, and open track sections were targeted continuously, and the repair demands placed on German engineering battalions were enormous. Supply disruptions caused by successful Allied airstrikes were directly responsible for slowing German offensive operations on multiple fronts simultaneously. An underground system immune to aerial attack would have eliminated that vulnerability entirely, securing supply lines regardless of Allied air superiority over occupied Europe. The proposed system drew from two existing engineering disciplines combined in a way that had never been attempted at scale. Tunnel boring technology, which German engineers had developed extensively for urban subway construction and military fortification projects, would be used to drive pressurized tunnels deep enough below the surface to survive direct bombardment from above. The carriages themselves were designed on submersible principles, sealed against external pressure and equipped with independent atmosphere management systems, allowing them to operate inside tunnels that could be flooded deliberately as a defensive measure to prevent enemy use in the event of territorial loss. The propulsion system under consideration used magnetic linear acceleration rather than conventional locomotive engines, eliminating the need for fuel supply along the route and reducing mechanical complexity to a level that underground maintenance crews could manage without surface access. What the system was ultimately aiming for went beyond battlefield logistics. The three primary route corridors surveyed, Berlin to Vienna, Berlin to Paris, and a northern industrial corridor connecting the Ruhr Valley to Baltic port facilities, suggest a vision of permanent subterranean infrastructure that would have restructured European transport independently of weather, geography, and air power. A fully operational network would have given Germany a strategic supplies capability that no conventional military force operating on the surface could interdict, effectively rendering Allied air superiority meaningless as a tool for strangling German war production and troop movement. Engineering surveys of all three corridors were completed by late 1944. Geological assessments were filed. Preliminary boring equipment was allocated from existing military construction programs. The project had moved from conceptual planning into early construction preparation when the simultaneous advance of Allied forces from the west and Soviet forces from the east made continuation impossible. Engineering teams were reassigned to defensive fortification work as the military situation deteriorated rapidly. Documentation relating to the project was captured in fragments by both American and Soviet forces following Germany's surrender in May 1945, with each recovering different portions of the surviving technical paperwork. Today, the surviving records remain split across archives in Washington and Moscow, neither of which has released the full technical content. American military intelligence assessments produced from the captured material were classified upon completion and have not been declassified. Soviet engineers who recovered parallel documentation reportedly incorporated elements of the magnetic propulsion research into early post-war railway experimentation, though no government has officially confirmed that connection. The geological surveys, propulsion specifications, and tunnel engineering calculations that formed the project's core have never entered the public record. No section of the proposed network was ever built, and no government has acknowledged continuing the research under any subsequent program. The magnetic motor. In 1979, in a small workshop in Sacramento, California, a self-taught engineer named Howard Johnson filed a patent with the United States Patent Office for a motor that required no electrical input and no fuel of any kind. The device, which Johnson called the permanent magnet motor, was designed to run entirely on the forces generated by carefully arranged arrays of permanent magnets, producing continuous mechanical motion from nothing more than the interaction of magnetic fields. The patent was granted in 1979 under patent number 4,151,431, making it one of the very few perpetual motion adjacent devices ever to receive official United States patent approval. A conventional electric motor works by alternating the polarity of an electromagnetic field inside the motor housing, creating a continuous push and pull effect on a magnetized rotor that causes it to spin. That alternation requires a continuous supply of electrical current. Remove the current and the motor stops. Johnson's argument was that permanent magnets, which maintain their magnetic fields without any energy input, could be arranged in a specific geometric configuration that would replicate the push and pull effect of an electromagnetic motor without requiring any external power source at all. The key was in the precise spacing, orientation, and shape of the magnets along the motor's track. Johnson spent decades experimenting with magnet geometries, claiming that certain arrangements created an asymmetric force profile, meaning the magnetic forces pushing the rotor forward were consistently stronger than the forces resisting its motion, producing net forward movement without net energy consumption. The patent examiner who reviewed Johnson's application initially rejected it on the grounds that it described a perpetual motion machine, a category of device that the patent office had a standing policy of refusing. Johnson responded by submitting a working model for physical examination. The examiner tested it, observed continuous rotation, and granted the patent. The device was real enough to pass a hands-on government review. Science and Mechanics magazine ran a feature on Johnson's motor in 1980, describing demonstrations in which the device ran continuously without any detectable external power source. Independent observers who attended those demonstrations confirmed the rotation, but were unable to conduct the kind of controlled measurement required to verify whether net energy output genuinely exceeded input. Johnson was cautious about allowing detailed independent analysis, citing concerns about intellectual property protection. Full independent verification was never completed. Johnson continued developing the technology through the 1980s and into the 1990s, filing additional patents and corresponding with engineers and researchers internationally. Funding for full-scale development never materialized. Major energy and manufacturing interests who were approached showed no appetite for pursuing the technology commercially. Johnson died in 2008. The original motor prototypes have not been made publicly available for independent testing. Researchers who have attempted to replicate the device using the patent specifications report that while the magnet arrangements described do produce interesting asymmetric force profiles, sustained continuous rotation without energy input has not been independently confirmed. The physics underlying Johnson's claims remains genuinely contested in certain areas of magnetic research. Permanent magnets do store energy in their fields, and the question of whether specific geometric configurations can produce usable net mechanical work from that stored energy without depleting the magnets has not been completely closed by mainstream physics. What has never been provided is an independently verified, instrumented demonstration showing unambiguous net energy output from a permanent magnet motor under controlled laboratory conditions. Johnson's patent remains on public record. The motor that convinced a United States patent examiner to break with standing policy and approve it has never been made available for the test that would settle the question permanently. The biocognitive field emitter. In 1963, on a ranch near Córdoba, Spain, a neurophysiologist named José Delgado stepped into a bull ring carrying nothing but a small handheld radio transmitter. The bull charged. Delgado pressed a button. The animal skidded to a halt several feet from where he stood. The New York Times reported it as the most spectacular demonstration ever performed of the deliberate modification of animal behavior through external control of the brain. Delgado had not trained the bull, he had wired it. The device implanted in the bull's brain was called a stemoceiver, an invention Delgado had developed and perfected at Yale University's School of Medicine, where he served as director of neuropsychiatry. The stymoceiver was a miniaturized electrode array surgically implanted directly into brain tissue, capable of receiving and transmitting electronic signals wirelessly through radio waves in two directions simultaneously. When a signal was sent from the handheld transmitter to the implanted device, it delivered a precisely calibrated electrical pulse to the specific brain structure the electrode was positioned against. Different structures produce dramatically different behavioral responses depending on placement. Stimulation of the caudate nucleus, where the bull's electrodes were positioned, interrupted motor behavior and redirected attention, stopping the charge without pain and without any physical restraint. Stimulation of other regions in other subjects produced aggression, calm, euphoria, compulsive repetitive movements, sudden changes in social behavior, and in human subjects, involuntary emotional responses the patients themselves could not account for or resist. In one documented and filmed session, a woman calmly playing a guitar was remotely stimulated mid-session and jumped up violently. She had no explanation for why. Delgado implanted stymocievers in cats, monkeys, chimpanzees, gibbons, and at least 25 humans, most of them women diagnosed with schizophrenia or epilepsy. In one experiment, he implanted a stymoceiver in a dominant and aggressive macaque that terrorized its cage companions, then installed a lever in the cage that activated the implant when pressed. A female macaque in the group observed the connection between the lever and the dominant animal's sudden passivity, and began pressing it deliberately whenever the aggression started. One animal had learned to control another's brain through a machine. Between his first experiments and his departure from Yale, Delgado authored 134 peer-reviewed publications on electrical stimulation of the brains of animals and humans, a body of research that was widely cited during his active career and has been largely ignored since. Much of Delgado's research was funded by the Office of Naval Intelligence, which served as a documented conduit for CIA funding throughout that period. He published a book titled Physical Control of the Mind, Toward a Psycho-Civilized Society, in which he described a future in which humans would undergo psycho-civilization by linking their brains directly to machines, arguing that electronic brain stimulation could liberate humanity from aggression, psychiatric disease, and antisocial behavior. He also stated in a published journal article that brain transmitters could remain in a person's head for life. The reaction was fierce. Ethical controversies mounted, grant funding dried up, and Delgado left Yale for Spain, gradually disappearing from American scientific literature and citation lists entirely. Modern deep brain stimulation technology, used today to treat Parkinson's disease, severe depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder, operates on the same fundamental principle as the stymoceiver Delgado demonstrated in that Cordoba bull ring. Researchers who have reviewed his published work note that much of what he demonstrated has been independently rediscovered by contemporary neuroscience without citation. Delgado himself, in later interviews, suggested this was not because his work was controversial, but simply because most modern databases do not index publications from his most active period. The question his research raised, whether human cognition, emotion, and behavior can be remotely controlled through an implanted device operated by an external party, has never been answered with a binding ethical framework by any government or institution that has since pursued the same technology. The Almaz space cannon. In January 1975, ground controllers in the Soviet Union sent a signal to an empty space station orbiting roughly 270 kilometers above Earth, and somewhere over the Pacific, a real gun fired real rounds into open space. No human being has ever fired a weapon in orbit before or since. For decades, almost nobody outside a small circle of Soviet military officials even knew it had happened at all. The gun itself, designed by engineer Alexander Noodleman and adapted from an existing aircraft cannon used on a Soviet supersonic bomber, was mounted in a fixed position along the body of the space station carrying it, incapable of swiveling independently in any direction. There was no turret, no separate mount, no way to track a target by moving the weapon alone. Aiming it meant physically rotating the entire 20-ton station on its own maneuvering thrusters until the gun's fixed barrel pointed toward whatever needed to be hit. The station carrying that gun, publicly known as Salyut 3, but built under the military Almaz program, was disguised from the moment it launched. Soviet officials labeled it a civilian scientific outpost, identical on paper to the unarmed research stations that came before and after it, while internally it served an entirely different purpose: high-resolution photographic surveillance of foreign military targets, run by cosmonauts trained to operate equipment that had nothing to do with science at all. The justification behind arming a space station traced directly back to a rival American program. The United States had spent years developing its own military space station concept, designed for the same kind of orbital reconnaissance, before quietly canceling the project in 1969. Soviet planners had taken the American effort seriously enough to worry that adversary spacecraft might eventually approach Soviet stations directly, whether to inspect, disable, or destroy them, and concluded that an orbital reconnaissance platform without any means of self-defense was a vulnerability they weren't willing to accept, even after the program that had originally justified the threat had already been shut down. Cosmonauts who actually lived aboard the station earlier in its mission never fired the weapon themselves. Engineers judged that the recoil from a high-powered cannon discharging inside a crude, pressurized structure carried too much risk, both to the station's structural integrity and to the crew's safety, and ruled out any in-orbit test while cosmonauts remained aboard. The test was saved instead for the very end of the mission, after the crew had already departed and returned safely to Earth, leaving the station empty and disposable. Ground controllers transmitted the firing command remotely, and the cannon discharged across a range stretching from roughly 3 kilometers down to 500 meters, the recoil offset by the station's own maneuvering thrusters firing in the opposite direction to keep it from being knocked into an unstable spin. What exactly happened next depends on which account is believed. Some Soviet-era records describe the test as fully successful, with at least one version claiming a target was destroyed outright. Other sources describe a more ambiguous outcome: several bursts fired into open space with no specific target involved at all, the test designed simply to prove the weapon could function and be controlled under orbital conditions, rather than to destroy anything in particular. Whatever happened, there was no footage left to settle the question. Less than a day after the test, the entire station was deliberately deorbited and burned up over the Pacific Ocean, taking with it the only direct visual record of what had just occurred. No Soviet space station built afterward carried a working cannon again. Later, Almaz designs replaced the gun entirely with proposed missile-based defenses, judged more practical for engaging a target without requiring the entire station to physically rotate first, though that successor system was itself canceled before any version of it ever reached orbit. The program that birthed the only weapon ever fired in space wound down by the end of the decade, leaving behind a single classified test, a handful of conflicting accounts, and one empty space station that disappeared into the Pacific before anyone outside a small circle of officials understood what it had just done. What's striking, looking back, is how long the West genuinely had no idea any of this had taken place. Fragments of speculation about an armed Soviet station circulated for years among space program analysts, but full confirmation of the gun's existence, let alone the actual test firing, didn't surface publicly until decades after the Cold War had already ended, buried inside declassified records that most people who follow space history have still never read. A weapon fired once, in secret, in orbit, and then deliberately destroyed within a day, leaving the truest record of the entire event sitting unread in an archive for the better part of 40 years. Gunung Padang. On a hillside in West Java, Indonesia, sits a terraced megalithic site that locals have considered sacred for generations. Gunung Padang has been known to Western researchers since the late 1800s. A series of stone terraces stacked up a hillside, covered in thousands of slender, naturally hexagonal columns of volcanic andesite, arranged by hand into walls, platforms, and stairways. It's an impressive site on its own terms. But in 2023, a team led by Indonesian geologist Danny Hillman Nida Wijaja published a paper claiming something far more dramatic: that beneath the visible terraces, Gunung Padang concealed a buried, deliberately constructed structure dating back as far as 27,000 years, which would make it older than Göbekli Tepe, older than the pyramids of Egypt by tens of thousands of years, and quite possibly the oldest known human-built structure on the planet. The claim landed exactly where you'd expect. International headlines ran with "World's Oldest Pyramid," social media lit up, and the paper became a centerpiece for the same lost advanced civilization narrative that surrounds Pumapunku and the Longyu Caves. The research itself wasn't fringe blogging either. It was published in a peer-reviewed journal, Archaeological Prospection, using ground-penetrating radar, electrical resistivity tomography, seismic tomography, and radiocarbon dating, the same toolkit serious geoarchaeology actually relies on. That's part of why the claim spread so fast and so widely. It had the appearance of legitimate science behind it. It didn't hold up. Within months, geophysicists, archaeologists, and radiocarbon specialists raised serious concerns directly with the journal's editors, and after a multi-month review, Archaeological Prospection formally retracted the paper in March 2024. The core problem wasn't fraud, it was a critical error in interpretation. The radiocarbon dates used to claim a 27,000-year age came from soil samples pulled from deep core layers, not from material tied to human activity or construction. Dating organic material buried naturally in layered soil tells you how old that soil is, not that humans built something with it. Archaeologist Flint Dibble offered a sharp comparison during the controversy. Drill a core sample 7 meters down, almost anywhere with old enough soil layers, and you could date that soil to tens of thousands of years old, whether or not anyone ever built anything on top of it. The deep chambers and structures identified using radar and resistivity data are also far better explained by ordinary geology. Andesite naturally forms in tightly packed hexagonal columns through columnar jointing, the same volcanic cooling process behind sites like Giant's Causeway in Ireland. And these natural rock formations can easily be mistaken for deliberately constructed layers when viewed only through subsurface imaging rather than direct excavation. What actually survives scrutiny is still a genuinely significant archaeological site, just a far more conventional one. The visible megalithic terraces at the surface, the part people can walk on, and that's been studied since the 19th century, are generally dated by mainstream archaeologists to within the last few thousand years, fitting comfortably within Indonesia's well-documented megalithic cultural period. That's not a small accomplishment. It still represents a substantial, organized construction effort by a society without metal tools, shaping and stacking volcanic stone into a deliberate ceremonial complex on a hillside, almost certainly used for ritual or ancestor-related purposes common to megalithic traditions across the Indonesian archipelago. What remains genuinely open isn't the age of a buried pyramid. It's more grounded questions that the retraction didn't answer either way. A precise chronology for when the visible terraces were actually built, how the site's function evolved if it was used and modified across multiple periods, and how it fits into the broader pattern of megalithic construction across Southeast Asia, an area that's historically been understudied compared to the megalithic traditions of Europe or the Pacific. Indonesian researchers are continuing fieldwork at the site, and some of the original team's geophysical survey data may still hold value once it's reinterpreted without the inflated dating claims attached to it. So, Gunung Padang isn't a hoax, and it isn't nothing. It's a real, old, and culturally significant site that briefly got mistaken for something it almost certainly wasn't. A reminder that the line between legitimate science and pseudo-archaeology isn't always about who's publishing the claim. Sometimes it's about whether anyone checked what was actually being dated. The Avrocar. In 1952, British-born aircraft designer John Jack Frost began developing the Avrocar, a circular vertical takeoff aircraft built for Avro Canada and shaped unmistakably like a flying saucer. Frost had already designed supersonic jet research aircraft in Britain before joining Avro Canada to lead development of the CF-100, the country's first domestically built fighter jet. And it was while running the company's secretive special projects group afterward that he turned his attention toward a wholly different shape of aircraft. At the height of the Cold War, with military planners worried that conventional airstrips would be among the first targets destroyed in a nuclear strike, Frost proposed a fighter that needed no runway at all, one capable of lifting straight off the ground from almost anywhere. The Avrocar worked by drawing exhaust from 3 turbojet engines mounted inside its 18-foot disc-shaped body and channeling it into a central turborotor, a flat spinning wheel fitted with over 100 blades. The design relied on a principle called the Coanda effect, where a stream of fast-moving air clings to a curved surface rather than flying straight off it, allowing the exhaust to flow outward across the top of the disc and curl downward around its edges. Directed this way, the airflow created a cushion of compressed air beneath the aircraft, lifting the disc a few feet off the surface without any conventional wing or exposed rotor blade. To move forward, pilots redirected a portion of that same thrust toward the rear, tilting the saucer slightly to convert lift into horizontal motion. No tail, no rudder, no visible propulsion of any kind. Just a sealed disc riding on its own redirected exhaust. In 1953, details of the secret project leaked to the Toronto Star, and Canada's Minister of Defence Production was forced to confirm to the House of Commons that Avro was indeed building a flying saucer, one its own projections claimed could eventually reach speeds of 1,500 miles per hour and climb straight upward. Canada eventually pulled its funding over rising costs, but the United States Air Force picked the project up, redesignating it WS-606A, and later Project Silver Bug before the Army joined as well, and the aircraft took its final name and designation, the VZ-9 Avrocar. Updated projections promised a cruising speed of 225 knots, a service ceiling of 10,000 feet, a range of 130 miles, and the ability to carry 1,000 pounds of payload, performance figures that would have made it one of the most capable VTOL aircraft of its era had they held up outside the design office. By 1959, 2 prototypes had been completed at Avro's plant in Malton, Ontario, funded jointly by the Air Force and Army. Test pilot Vladislav Potocki flew the Avrocar untethered for the first time that November, and the aircraft lifted off cleanly, hovering steadily about 3 feet above the runway, exactly as the engineers had calculated. For a moment, the saucer worked. The moment did not last. Any attempt to climb higher than a few feet sent the Avrocar into violent, uncontrollable pitching and rolling that test pilots nicknamed hubcapping, the disc tipping and wobbling like a coin spun too hard on a tabletop, while dust kicked up by its own downward exhaust was repeatedly sucked back into the engine intakes, choking performance further. Wind tunnel testing at NASA's Ames Research Center confirmed what the test flights had already shown, that the airflow beneath the craft became aerodynamically unstable the moment it rose beyond ground effect, a problem the engineering team could not solve despite repeated redesigns through 1960. The aircraft, once projected to fly faster than sound and climb to 10,000 feet, was, in practice, capped at 35 miles an hour and 3 feet off the ground. After more than $10 million in combined funding, the program was formally canceled in 1961. Both prototypes survived the cancellation. One sits today in the National Museum of the United States Air Force in Dayton, Ohio. The other is preserved at the U.S. Army Transportation Museum in Fort Eustis, Virginia. 2 grounded flying saucers that came astonishingly close to working, undone not by the boldness of the idea, but by a few feet of air the engineering of its era could never quite tame. No saucer-shaped aircraft built since has fared any better. The Dogon Star Knowledge. In the 1930s, 2 French anthropologists named Marcel Griol and Germain Dieterlen traveled to the Central Plateau region of Mali in West Africa to study the Dogon people, an indigenous group living in cliff dwellings along the Bandiagara escarpment. What they found in the Dogon's ceremonial and cosmological traditions stopped them entirely. The Dogon possessed detailed and accurate knowledge of a star system that no human eye had ever seen, and that Western astronomy had only recently confirmed existed through the most powerful telescopes available. The Dogon's knowledge includes details of the Sirius system that were unknown to modern science at the time. The Dogon knew about Sirius B, a white dwarf star which was not officially confirmed by Western astronomers until the 1970s. They accurately described Sirius B's 50-year elliptical orbit around Sirius A, the brightest star in the night sky. The Dogon also spoke of a third star, Sirius C, an assertion currently unconfirmed by modern astronomy but speculated about. The Dogon also had knowledge of Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings and knew our location within the Milky Way galaxy. Sirius is the brightest star visible from Earth and has held central importance in the calendrical and religious systems of cultures from ancient Egypt to the present. To the naked eye, it appears as a single point of light. Although Sirius appears to be a single star to the naked eye, the star system actually holds two stars, Sirius A and Sirius B. American astronomer Alvin Clark observed Sirius B for the first time in 1862, spotting a faint point of light around Sirius A through the largest telescope available at the time. It was not until 1970 that this tiny star was captured on camera. Sirius B is a white dwarf, the collapsed remnant of a star that has exhausted its nuclear fuel, extraordinarily dense and entirely invisible to the naked eye under any atmospheric conditions. The Dogon called it Po-Tolo and described it as the smallest and heaviest of all stars, its movement around Sirius A completing one 50-year ellipse before returning to its starting point. That description matches what astrophysics subsequently confirmed with instruments the Dogon did not possess. The Dogon had knowledge of the star that included even the most unobvious and subtle principles of its orbit, according to Robert Temple, who exhaustively explored the topic in his 1976 book, The Sirius Mystery. The Dogon were also aware that Saturn had rings and knew of the four major Galilean moons of Jupiter, and were well aware that it was the turning of the Earth that caused the sky to shift, unlike much of Europe until the Copernican revolution. The explanations proposed for how the Dogon possessed this knowledge divide sharply. Carl Sagan and others argued the most viable explanation was cultural transfer, suggesting the Dogon may have come into contact with astronomers passing through West Africa who shared details about Sirius B during a brief encounter. Critics of this explanation note that the level of detail the Dogon possessed goes far beyond what a casual exchange would plausibly produce. Their artifacts, some over 400 years old, depict this astronomical understanding, challenging the notion that their knowledge came from a recent cultural exchange. The Dogon's own explanation has never changed. The Dogon recounts that amphibious beings from the Sirius system, known as Nomos, descended on Earth in an ark-like structure, and gave them information about the Sirius system and the solar system, that Jupiter has four major moons, Saturn has rings, and that all planets orbit around the Sun. Whether that account represents a mythological encoding of genuine astronomical observation accumulated over millennia, or a record of something that conventional history has no framework to accommodate, the knowledge itself has never been satisfactorily explained by any mechanism that mainstream scholarship has proposed. The Dogon knew what they knew. How they knew it has not been answered. The Dendera Light. In a subterranean crypt beneath the Temple of Hathor at Dendera in Upper Egypt, carved into the stone walls of one of the best preserved ancient temple complexes in the country, there are three stone reliefs that have divided archaeologists, engineers, and historians for decades. Each relief shows an elongated oval shape connected by a cable-like line to a box or pedestal, with human and divine figures positioned alongside it. To an electrical engineer looking at them for the first time, they look like light bulbs. Specifically, they look like Crookes tubes, a type of early vacuum tube used in 19th century electrical experiments to produce light by passing current through a near vacuum enclosed in a glass envelope. The image known as the Dendera Light is found on three stone reliefs in the temple, and at first glance could be construed as a bulb similar to a Crookes tube, with a lotus socket at one end, a cable traveling underneath, and a snake-shaped cord filament inside. In the most popular representation, a priest is shown holding up the lamp, and a few smaller figures are seen below it, with one appearing to direct the bulb upwards. The visual resemblance to a functioning electrical discharge tube is specific enough that it has attracted serious attention from engineers rather than only from fringe theorists. An electrical engineer constructed a working model of the Dendera light and found that the light filament grows wider until it fills the whole glass balloon, which is exactly what appears on the pictures in the subterranean chambers. The case for the electrical interpretation rests on several converging observations. Supporters of this theory claim that electrical light would give an explanation for the absence of lamp-black deposits in many discovered tombs. Egyptian tomb paintings are extraordinarily detailed and cover surfaces deep inside structures that would have required sustained artificial lighting to produce. The near total absence of soot deposits on the ceilings of those same structures is difficult to explain if the lighting source was open flame, which produces carbon deposits on every surface above it under normal operating conditions. The Baghdad battery, a verified electrochemical cell from the ancient world, demonstrates that the basic components of electrical generation were not entirely beyond ancient technical knowledge. Whether a power source sufficient to drive an electrical discharge tube existed in ancient Egypt is a separate and unresolved question, but the component knowledge was not as impossible as it might first appear. Mainstream archaeological interpretation identifies the reliefs as symbolic representations of Egyptian creation mythology, specifically the lotus flower birthing a snake within a protective bubble, a motif associated with the concept of divine energy and regeneration. The inscriptions above the bulbs describe the words of Har Sematawi, which translates to Horus, uniter of the two lands, referring to the pharaonic ideology of uniting Upper and Lower Egypt, a recurring theme in Egyptian iconography and not related to electricity or light bulbs. Egyptologists point out that the individual elements of the relief, the lotus, the serpent, the protective enclosure, all carry established symbolic meanings within Egyptian religious iconography that predate the Temple of Hathor by centuries and appear across dozens of other contexts with no electrical connotation whatsoever. A major point against the Dendera light hypothesis is the absence of historical texts discussing the use of artificial electrical lighting in ancient Egypt. No papyrus, no inscription, and no artifact from any Egyptian site has been identified as describing or depicting the generation or use of electrical current for illumination. The reliefs at Dendera are the entire evidentiary foundation of the theory, and their interpretation depends entirely on whether you read them as religious symbolism or as technical illustration. Both readings are visually coherent. Neither has been definitively ruled out. The temple has stood for 2,000 years, and the carved image that looks like a light bulb has been there the entire time, waiting for someone to explain with certainty what it actually is. The Hiller VZ-1 Pawnee. In 1953, the Office of Naval Research signed a classified contract with Hiller Aircraft, asking for something that sounded more like science fiction than military hardware. A flying machine that any infantry soldier could learn to operate after only a brief demonstration, no pilot training required. The classified project combined Alexander Sattin's ducted fan research with Charles Zimmerman's kinesthetic control theories, and construction began in January 1954. The Hiller VZ-1 Pawnee was a direct lift rotor aircraft using contra-rotating ducted fans for lift inside a platform upon which the single pilot shifted body weight for directional control. A ducted fan works by enclosing a spinning rotor inside a circular shroud, which increases lifting efficiency compared to an open rotor by preventing air from escaping outward at the blade tips. Two fans rotating in opposite directions inside the duct canceled out the torque effect that would otherwise spin the entire platform in the opposite direction of the blades. Control was achieved through kinesthetic steering, a term coined by Charles Zimmerman, meaning the pilot simply leaned in the direction he wanted to travel, and the platform responded to the shifted weight by tilting and moving that way. Throttle controls on the two engines provided additional directional input. The platforms were incapable of tumbling because if the pilot leaned over too far, the platform would pitch up and slow down rather than flip, an inherent aerodynamic stability built into the ducted fan design itself. The first free flight took place on January 27, 1955, marking the first time a human had ever flown a ducted fan vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. 9 months of complete secrecy at Hiller's research division preceded that flight, and only in April 1955 was the veil of secrecy lifted to the public. Stanley Hiller Jr. developed the platform at a time when nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons were proliferating worldwide, and infantry soldiers seemed particularly vulnerable to those threats. A small VTOL aircraft that any soldier could fly appeared to offer an ingenious method of escape. The military envisioned the platform as a way of flying over trenches, berms, barriers, blown-up bridges, masses of barbed wire, and minefields. Terrain that stopped ground vehicles entirely, but posed no obstacle to something that simply flew over the top of it. Hiller Helicopters was awarded a U.S. Army contract in 1956 to produce two larger model flying platforms designated the VZ-1 Pawnee. The Army's requirements proved to be the program's undoing. It was assumed that a 19-year-old recruit with only basic training must be able to use the platform after a brief chat and a couple of demonstrations without killing or seriously injuring himself or others. Meeting that requirement meant adding redundant engines for safety in case the primary engine failed during flight. The extra engines required for that redundancy made the platform so heavy that it became impossible for the pilot to control through weight shifting alone. The added weight also limited the platform's forward speed to a mere 26 kilometers per hour and caused erratic handling in any wind, defeating the entire purpose of a fast, responsive personal flying vehicle. Hiller engineers attempted to correct the center of gravity problem by raising the pilot's platform, but the fundamental physics of the heavier design could not be fully resolved. The Office of Naval Research subsequently funded development of a more sophisticated ring-wing VTOL aircraft called the Coleopter, but control of that design and forward flight would have been extremely difficult, and the project went no further than a mock-up designated the VXT-8. Hiller's final attempt to exploit the ducted fan concept was a proposal for an Army flying jeep competition, which was not accepted. Only 6 VZ-1 Pawnee units were ever built. The project was shelved entirely by the end of the decade, overtaken by helicopter technology that offered greater range, speed, and payload capacity. Without the fundamental stability trade-offs, the ducted fan platform could never fully escape. The surviving prototypes are held in museum collections today, including the Smithsonian, displayed as artifacts of a moment when the United States military seriously believed every soldier might someday fly to war standing on a fan-powered disc, steering with nothing but the lean of his own body. The cocaine mummies. In 1992, German toxicologist Svetlana Balabanova ran a routine drug test on strands of hair taken from a 3,000-year-old Egyptian mummy, using the exact same equipment she used every week to convict living drug offenders in criminal court. The results came back positive for cocaine. She assumed contamination, ran the test again, then sent samples to 3 independent laboratories just to be sure she hadn't made an error. Every single lab came back with the same answer. There was cocaine in a mummy that had been sealed in a tomb 1,000 years, before anyone in the old world was supposed to have any contact with the plant that produces it. The substance in question, cocaine, comes from the coca plant, a crop that botanists agree existed nowhere outside South America until European ships started crossing the Atlantic centuries later. Nicotine tells almost the same story. Derived overwhelmingly from tobacco, a plant likewise native to the Americas and unknown anywhere else on Earth until long after these particular bodies were mummified. According to the accepted timeline of human history, no Egyptian priest, pharaoh, or embalmer should have had any way to come into contact with either substance, not through trade, not through travel, not through anything that conventional archaeology recognizes as having existed at the time. And yet, the results kept coming. Balabanova expanded her testing to dozens of additional mummies and ancient remains, pulled from Egypt, Sudan, and several other sites scattered across multiple continents, spanning thousands of years of history. Roughly a third of the bodies she tested came back positive for the same combination of substances that, according to the textbooks, simply should not have been there at all. Even the remains of one of Egypt's most famous pharaohs tested positive for tobacco residue, and at a concentration high enough that researchers compared it to the body of a heavy modern smoker, not someone who might have brushed against the plant by accident. The implications split the scientific community almost immediately. If the results were genuine, they suggested some kind of contact, trade, or shared botanical knowledge connecting ancient Egypt to a continent that, as far as mainstream history is concerned, no civilization on Earth had reached yet. That single possibility was enough to provoke an intensely hostile reaction from much of the archaeological establishment, who argued the results had to be wrong, not because they'd found a flaw in the testing method, but because the conclusion contradicted everything historians believed they already knew for certain. Balabanova later described being accused of fraud and incompetence by colleagues who never offered an alternative explanation for her data, only insisted that the results themselves had to be impossible. Skeptics have proposed several explanations since, and none of them have fully closed the case. Contamination from modern handling is the most common theory. The idea that centuries of museum storage, transport, and prior research exposed these remains to trace amounts of substances from the modern world. But contamination doesn't easily explain why concentrations were sometimes higher in internal tissue than on the surface, where outside exposure should have left the strongest trace, not the weakest. Others have suggested forgotten plants, now extinct or unidentified species that may have once produced similar chemical compounds without requiring contact with the Americas at all, though no such plant has ever actually been found or verified. Decades later, the debate hasn't meaningfully advanced past where it started. Balabanova stood by her findings until her death in 2017, never recanting despite the criticism that followed her for the rest of her career, while most of mainstream archaeology has simply chosen to treat the entire question as a closed file, unworthy of further serious study. No new excavation has settled it. No newly discovered plant has explained it away. The chemical traces are real, confirmed by multiple independent labs using standard forensic methods trusted in courtrooms around the world, and the explanation for how they got there remains exactly where it was in 1992. Somewhere between an embarrassing footnote and a question nobody in power particularly wants to spend another career trying to answer. What makes this case different from almost everything else on this list is that nobody seized the evidence, classified the files, or silenced a witness. The mummies are still sitting in museum collections, available for anyone to retest using modern equipment far more sensitive than what existed in the early 1990s. And yet, in over 30 years, almost no one has bothered to seriously try. Because reopening the question means risking a career on a result the rest of the field has already decided, without quite proving must be wrong. If you made it all the way to the end, check out my other videos for more inventions. Burya. In 1957, Soviet engineers launched a missile designed to cross an entire ocean at 3 times the speed of sound, carrying a thermonuclear warhead toward a target it would never need a pilot to reach. The first attempt cleared its launch tower, arced over almost immediately, and exploded in full view of everyone watching. By the time the program ended 3 years later, the same design had flown over 4,000 miles at sustained speeds. Western intelligence reportedly never even confirmed at the time, a weapon so far outside expectations that, by some accounts, it never received an official NATO designation at all simply because the West hadn't fully registered what it had built. The missile worked through a 2-stage process that, at the time, no nation had successfully demonstrated for a weapon of this range. A pair of liquid-fueled booster rockets, derived from existing ballistic missile technology, accelerated the entire assembly off a vertical launch pad and up to the altitude and speed a ramjet engine needs to ignite. Once that threshold was reached, the boosters fell away and a single ramjet took over, sustaining cruise speeds above Mach 3 across thousands of miles at high altitude. Using a celestial navigation system that tracked the position of stars through windows in the missile's body, to correct its course across a flight lasting well over an hour, far longer than any guided weapon of the era had ever needed to stay accurate. The entire program existed because the Soviet Union, in the mid-1950s, hadn't yet decided which approach to intercontinental nuclear delivery would actually work. Ballistic missiles capable of reaching the United States were still unproven technology, and a fast, high-altitude cruise missile represented a parallel bet, a second path to the same goal in case the rocket-based approach stalled. 2 competing design bureaus were given the assignment in direct competition with each other, racing to prove which philosophy could deliver a working intercontinental weapon first. That race effectively ended before either competitor finished. In August 1957, the Soviet Union's primary ICBM completed a fully successful test flight, proving that ballistic missiles could already do, more simply, exactly what these far more complex cruise missile programs had been built to achieve. A rocket that simply arced up and came down, guided only during a brief powered phase, turned out to be dramatically harder to intercept, and far less mechanically complicated than a winged missile that had to sustain controlled flight at 3 times the speed of sound for over an hour straight. Within months, the slower progressing rival design was canceled outright without a single completed unit ever flying. This design kept going anyway, not because the military still needed it, but because by then it had become useful as something else entirely, a live testbed for technologies far beyond anything Soviet engineers had previously built, including some of the earliest large-scale use of titanium in an aerospace structure anywhere in the world. Test flights continued for 3 more years, eventually demonstrating the full intercontinental range the program had originally promised, proving the design fundamentally worked just for a strategic mission that, by the time it succeeded, the Soviet military had already decided not to pursue. The final flight came in December 1960. No further development followed. What survived wasn't the missile itself, but the lessons embedded in it, technologies and propulsion concepts that fed forward into the same Soviet rocket programs that would later launch satellites and, eventually, human beings into orbit. An intercontinental weapon that never saw real deployment but never entirely disappeared either, echoing decades later in a nuclear-powered successor that, unlike this one, the world has had no trouble identifying by name. For decades, the program existed almost entirely outside public knowledge, even within Soviet borders. A government film documenting the missile's testing was produced in 1959, intended purely for internal military review, and remained unseen by the wider public for nearly half a century afterward. When footage of those original test launches finally surfaced decades later, it offered one of the only direct visual records of a weapons program that, for most of the Cold War, existed for outside observers only as scattered rumors and unconfirmed intelligence reports, a missile fast enough to outrun most defenses of its era, and secretive enough to outrun public knowledge of its own existence for almost as long. The coal generator. In 1940, at an energy research facility operating under the German Economics Ministry in Düsseldorf, a team of thermodynamic engineers and electrochemists began developing a system designed to extract electrical energy directly from coal through an electrochemical conversion process, bypassing the combustion and steam turbine stages that conventional coal-fired power generation relied on, and dramatically increasing the proportion of the fuel's energy content that could be converted into usable electricity. The project, referenced in surviving Economics Ministry procurement records as the Kohle-Brennstoffzelle, meaning coal fuel cell, was designed to address one of the fundamental inefficiencies embedded in Germany's wartime energy infrastructure. Conventional coal-fired power generation works by burning coal to produce heat, using that heat to convert water into high-pressure steam, and using the steam to drive turbines connected to electrical generators. The process is thermodynamically constrained by the Carnot efficiency limit, a physical principle establishing that no heat engine can convert all of the thermal energy produced by combustion into mechanical work. A significant proportion of the energy content of the coal is inevitably lost as waste heat at each stage of the conversion process. The overall efficiency of coal-fired power generation in the 1940s was approximately 20 to 25%, meaning that 3/4 of the energy contained in the fuel was discarded before it reached the electrical grid. The Kohle-Brennstoffzelle bypassed the combustion and heat engine stages entirely through direct electrochemical conversion. In an electrochemical fuel cell, a fuel is oxidized at one electrode, and an oxidant is reduced at another, with the electron transfer between the two electrodes producing electrical current directly rather than through the intermediate stage of heat and mechanical motion. The process is not constrained by the Carnot efficiency limit because it does not operate as a heat engine. Theoretical conversion efficiencies for electrochemical fuel cells significantly exceed those of any combustion-based system. The challenge the Düsseldorf team faced was that coal, unlike hydrogen or simple hydrocarbon gases, is a complex solid material that does not readily participate in electrochemical reactions at its surface without extensive preparation. The solution the team developed involved a gasification pre-processing stage in which coal was partially oxidized under controlled conditions to produce a synthesis gas mixture consisting primarily of hydrogen and carbon monoxide, both of which could be fed directly into a high-temperature electrochemical cell and converted to electricity at efficiencies the project documentation estimated at between 50 and 60%, more than double the efficiency of contemporary combustion-based generation. The high-temperature cell used a molten carbonate electrolyte that remained stable at the operating temperatures required for the coal-derived synthesis gas, and produce no significant atmospheric emissions beyond carbon dioxide and water vapor. Laboratory testing conducted between 1940 and 1942 confirmed the core electrochemical conversion principle and demonstrated sustained electrical output from coal-derived synthesis gas at efficiencies consistent with the team's theoretical projections. Scaling the system to industrial generating capacity required engineering solutions the team had identified but not yet implemented when wartime resource allocation shifted the facility's priorities toward direct military production in 1943. The research program was suspended without reaching pilot plant scale. Molten carbonate fuel cell technology using natural gas and coal-derived synthesis gas as fuel sources was independently developed by American and European researchers during the 1970s and 1980s, with commercial systems entering service in the 1990s. The electrochemical principles and the molten carbonate electrolyte approach the Düsseldorf team had documented in 1942 appear in the foundational literature of post-war fuel cell research without attribution to the German wartime program, whose records entered American Technical Intelligence archives in 1945 and have not been publicly released in full. The cross-reality oscillator. In 1920, in his laboratory in West Orange, New Jersey, Thomas Edison, the most celebrated inventor in American history, told the American magazine that he had been at work for some time building an apparatus to see if it was possible for personalities which had left this earth to communicate with the living. He was careful about how he framed it. He said it would not work through any occult, mystifying, or weird means employed by mediums, but by scientific methods. America's greatest engineer was building a telephone to the dead. Edison's theoretical framework was rooted in his belief that life itself was indestructible, and that the personality, memory, and identity of a person were contained in physical matter that persisted after biological death in some measurable form. He argued that if a person's personality survived death as he suspected, it was strictly scientific to assume it retained memory and other attributes, and that if even one vibration from that surviving personality could be captured by a sensitive enough instrument, communication across the boundary between the living and the dead would become possible. The device Edison described was designed around a valve of extremely sensitive light, a thin pencil beam from a powerful lamp directed at a detection surface capable of registering the smallest physical disturbance. His hypothesis was that surviving personality fragments, if they existed as physical particles remaining in the atmosphere after death, would interact with and manipulate that light beam in ways the instrument's detectors could record and analyze. The underlying principle was the same that had guided his entire career, that if something existed physically, however subtle its presence, it could be measured, and if it could be measured, it could eventually be communicated with. Edison also experimented with wrapping electrified coils around his own head and the heads of his laboratory guests in separate attempts to establish telepathic communication, suggesting the spirit phone was part of a broader investigation into the permeability of the boundary between consciousness and the physical world, rather than an isolated eccentric project. The announcement caused a national sensation. Newspapers ran headlines the following day, announcing that Edison planned a machine to talk with the dead. Over 600 letters arrived at the American magazine, from readers ranging from engineers offering technical assistance to dying men, asking how they could place a call once they reached the other side. The public appetite for the device was enormous, rooted partly in the devastation of the First World War, which had left millions of families with dead they desperately wanted to reach, and partly in the fact that Edison had already performed what once seemed like a genuine miracle by preserving the voices of the dead on phonograph cylinders. If he could do that, the reasoning went, why not this? Nikola Tesla and Guglielmo Marconi had independently speculated about using radio waves to detect spiritual energy, lending the concept a credibility it would not have carried from a lesser scientific reputation. Tense hours were spent watching the delicate instruments during experimental sessions conducted in a secret laboratory with a small group of engineers. Nothing registered, no prototype was ever publicly demonstrated, no blueprints were shared with the scientific community. Edison later told a journalist in 1926 that the spirit phone story had been a joke, something he had invented on the spot to avoid disappointing a reporter who had come out in the cold expecting a story. But his personal diaries from the same period contain detailed working notes on the device that are inconsistent with a man who considered the whole thing a passing fiction told to save an awkward afternoon. Edison died in 1931 before the experiment produced any verifiable results. His last breath was captured in a test tube by his son Charles and is preserved at the Henry Ford Museum in Dearborn, Michigan. Thousands of notebooks and millions of papers he left behind are still being cataloged by researchers at the Thomas Edison National Historical Park. A group of researchers claimed in 1941 that Edison's spirit had contacted them during a seance and shared the complete plans for the device he had spent his last years building. They followed the instructions. The assembled machine produced no results. Cold fusion. On March 23, 1989, two electrochemists named Stanley Ponce and Martin Fleischmann walked up to a podium at the University of Utah and announced they had achieved nuclear fusion at room temperature in a glass jar sitting on a laboratory bench. Newspapers across the world ran headlines the following morning calling it as important as the discovery of fire. Within 8 months, the scientific establishment had declared the entire thing dead. What happened in between has never been fully resolved. The experiment involved applying a current to an electrolysis cell in which deuterium atoms from heavy water had penetrated into a palladium cathode. The researchers thought those deuterium atoms were fusing to form helium atoms, with the excess energy from the process dissipating as heat. Nuclear fusion is the process that powers the sun, releasing enormous quantities of energy by forcing atomic nuclei together under conditions of extreme temperature and pressure. Every conventional approach to controlled fusion requires temperatures in the tens of millions of degrees, and pressures achievable only in the most expensive experimental facilities on Earth. Fleischmann and Ponce suggested that their process required no high temperatures or pressures, utilizing instead a simple benchtop electrochemical cell. The palladium cathode was the key. Palladium has an unusual property of absorbing hydrogen isotopes into its crystal lattice at densities high enough that, Fleischmann and Ponce argued, the nuclei were forced into proximity sufficient for quantum tunneling to allow fusion to occur at room temperature. The excess heat their calorimeter measured was, they claimed, far too large to be explained by any known chemical reaction, and consistent only with a nuclear process releasing energy at the scale fusion would produce. The reported results received wide media attention and raised hopes of a cheap and abundant source of energy. Many scientists tried to replicate the experiment with the few details available. The replication attempts failed almost universally. A team led by Dr. Nathan Lewis at the California Institute of Technology used more sensitive equipment than the Utah team had used and found no fusion had taken place, and that no neutrons, gamma rays, tritium, or helium were emitted as the Utah team had claimed. By May 1989, physicists at a meeting of the American Physical Society unleashed a torrent of attacks on Ponce and Fleischmann. Dr. Stephen Koonin of Caltech described the Utah experiment as the result of the incompetence and delusion of Ponce and Fleischmann. What the official account does not fully address is the number of laboratories that did report positive results before retracting them under pressure and the pattern of those retractions. Author Eugene Malov, a former MIT science writer, published a book claiming the team did produce greater than unity output energy in an experiment successfully replicated on several occasions, but that the results were suppressed through an organized campaign of ridicule from mainstream physicists trying to protect their research and funding. Malov had resigned from MIT specifically over what he described as the misrepresentation of MIT's own cold fusion experimental data. He founded a publication dedicated to covering cold fusion research and spent 15 years documenting positive replications the mainstream literature refused to publish. In 2004, Malove was murdered outside his former childhood home. 3 people were arrested and convicted in connection with the killing. Ponce and Fleischmann left the United States and continued their research in France with funding from Toyota. Since the initial announcement, cold fusion research has continued by a small community of researchers who believe that such reactions happen and hope to gain wider recognition for their experimental evidence. 30 years after the original announcement, Google confirmed in May 2019 that having invested $10 million in research, they had found no evidence whatsoever in favor of cold fusion. The palladium and heavy water apparatus that Ponce and Fleischmann described is still being built and tested by researchers in multiple countries. The excess heat anomaly they reported in 1989 has been observed and documented by independent researchers enough times that the United States Navy funded its own cold fusion research program for over a decade. None of it has produced a result that mainstream physics has been willing to accept. The glass jar on the Utah laboratory bench either contained the future of human energy production or it did not. That question has not been answered to the satisfaction of anyone on either side. The Baghdad Battery. In 1936, during excavations near the village of Kujut Rabu, outside modern-day Baghdad, archaeologists unearthed a collection of small clay jars that were catalogued as ordinary storage vessels and set aside. 2 years later, Wilhelm Koenig, an assistant at the National Museum of Iraq, examined the objects and noticed something that changed their classification entirely. Inside each terracotta jar sat a rolled copper cylinder surrounding a central iron rod, the whole assembly sealed with asphalt and showing corrosion patterns consistent with prolonged contact with an acidic liquid. Koenig recognized the arrangement immediately. It was an electrochemical cell. Someone had built a battery approximately 2,000 years before Alessandro Volta received credit for inventing one. The Baghdad battery consists of 3 main components assembled with apparent intention. The outer terracotta vessel measures about 14 centimeters in height. Inside the jar, a copper tube is suspended vertically, held in place by an asphalt or bitumen sealant, with a single iron rod inserted through the center of the copper cylinder. The operating principle of the device is identical to that of any modern electrochemical cell. The device operated via the galvanic corrosion of the iron rod as the anode by the higher electrochemical potential of the rolled copper sheet cylinder, acting as the cathode. When an electrolyte liquid was introduced into the vessel, ions moved between the two metals through the liquid, generating a flow of electrons through any external conductor connected between the iron and copper terminals. That flow of electrons is electrical current. If a liquid acidic or alkaline electrolyte such as vinegar, wine, or lemon juice were poured into the vessel, the copper and iron would act as electrodes. The copper is the cathode and the iron is the anode, facilitating the movement of ions and generating a small voltage possibly in the range of 0.5 to 1 volt. Vinegar and wine were both abundantly available in the Parthian world in which the object was made. A new study suggests the clay jar surrounding the artifact was key to the design. The unglazed jar acted as a porous separator between an alkaline electrolyte and the ambient air, creating an outer cell connected in electrical series with the inner cell created by the copper and iron, meaning the battery could have produced over 1.4 volts, much more useful than the roughly 0.5 volts achieved by earlier reconstructions. If multiple cells were connected together in series, the voltages would have added, producing output levels sufficient for practical electrochemical applications. After examining silver objects from Iraq, which were plated in gold, Koenig believed that the objects had been electroplated. Electroplating is a process in which a metal coating is placed onto a solid object by using an electric current. Following his discovery, Koenig published a paper with the hypothesis that the artifact was a galvanic cell used for electroplating gold onto silver. Archaeologists believe that ancient civilizations such as the Persian Empire may have mastered this type of water-based liquid battery and used it for electroplating thin metal coatings or for medical applications such as the electric treatment of migraines and epilepsy. The mainstream archaeological community has never reached consensus on the battery interpretation. Critics argue that no wiring, no electroplated objects definitively linked to the devices, and no written documentation describing their electrical use has ever been found at the same site. The objects may have been used to store sacred scrolls, to hold ritual liquids, or for purposes entirely unrelated to electricity. The artifact known as the Baghdad Battery was discovered in 1936, but has since been lost following the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq in 2003. The original object that sparked the entire debate no longer exists in any accessible collection. Reconstructions confirm that the design produces electrical current. Whether the people who built it knew that is a question the artifact itself can no longer answer. The Air Jeep. In 1957, the United States Army Transportation Research Command issued a contract for something that sounded almost like a joke: a flying jeep, smaller and easier to fly than a helicopter, capable of skimming low over battlefield terrain, that stopped every wheeled vehicle in its tracks. The Army wanted infantry to drive into combat through the air. A Polish-born aircraft designer named Frank Piasecki, already known for pioneering longitudinal helicopter design, took the assignment seriously. Piasecki's design featured two tandem 3-blade ducted rotors, with the crew seated directly between the two rotor housings. A ducted rotor encloses the spinning blades inside a circular shroud, increasing lifting efficiency while also protecting the rotor from contact with obstacles, a critical safety feature for a vehicle meant to fly low and fast through cluttered terrain. It had fairly conventional helicopter-type controls that provided directional stability with a fixed tricycle landing gear and seating for a single pilot and one passenger positioned between the two ducts. The entire vehicle had no enclosed fuselage in the conventional sense. The pilot and passenger sat exposed between the two rotor housings exactly as the name suggested, an open-frame vehicle that genuinely resembled a Jeep that had learned to fly. The flying Jeep was designed as a VTOL research vehicle capable of operating at low altitudes at speeds up to 70 miles per hour. The low-altitude operation was not incidental. The entire concept was built around flying close enough to the ground to exploit ground effect, the cushion of compressed air that builds beneath a rotor when operating near a surface, increasing lift efficiency dramatically at low altitude. That made the machine ideal for skimming over trenches, rough terrain, and obstacles a conventional Jeep could never cross while staying low enough to avoid radar detection. The original prototype was re-engined with a single turboshaft engine, replacing the two original piston engines, and after evaluation by the Navy, with floats fitted for water operations, it was returned to the Army. A second, improved version followed. It was fairly similar to the original, save for a bend built into the middle of the frame, which tilted the rotors to reduce drag during forward flight. That second version carried ejection seats for a pilot and co-pilot or gunner, with 3 additional passenger seats and a powered tricycle undercarriage for increased mobility once on the ground. While the vehicle would normally operate close to the ground, it proved capable of climbing to several thousand feet and remained stable throughout the climb, with low-altitude flight specifically allowing it to evade radar detection during tactical use. The machine genuinely worked. It flew, it hovered, it carried passengers, and it demonstrated exactly the kind of low-altitude mobility the Army had originally envisioned for infantry operations. Despite those positive qualities, the vehicle, like other ground effect machines developed during the same period, was ultimately judged by the Army to be mechanically ill-suited to the rigors of sustained field operations. The exposed open frame design that made it light and maneuverable also left it fragile and difficult to maintain under combat conditions. The flying Jeep concept was eventually abandoned entirely in favor of continuing development of conventional battlefield helicopters, which offered greater durability and a more enclosed, protected crew compartment. The company that built it still exists today as a subsidiary of Boeing, and its founder went on to help design legendary helicopters, including the CH-46C Knight and the CH-47 Chinook, aircraft that remain in active military service to this day. The open-frame flying machine that once skimmed low over Virginia test ranges, carrying soldiers between 2 spinning ducted fans with nothing but a seatbelt holding them in place, was quietly retired and now sits as a historical marker outside Fort Eustis, a monument to an idea the Army decided was too fragile for the war it was built to fight. The Longyu Caves. In June 1992, a group of villagers in Zhejiang Province, China, decided to finally drain a set of ponds the locals had always called bottomless. The ponds sat near Phoenix Hill, and for generations nobody had questioned them. Just deep, dark water nobody wanted to swim in. When the pumps finally finished the job, what emerged wasn't a lake bed. It was the ceiling of a massive, hand-carved underground chamber, and beneath it, an entire hidden complex that had been sitting, flooded and forgotten for who knows how long. Archaeologists eventually identified 36 separate grottos carved directly into the local siltstone bedrock, some large enough to hold hundreds of people, with ceilings supported by carefully shaped stone pillars left standing as the rest of the rock was removed around them. The walls, ceilings, and pillars are covered edge to edge in parallel chisel marks, evenly spaced, consistently angled, running in long uniform lines across surfaces that would have taken a staggering amount of coordinated labor to produce. By some estimates, the volume of rock removed across the full cave system runs into the hundreds of thousands of cubic meters. And yet, in a country with one of the most extensive written historical records on Earth, there's no inscription, no government record, no local legend that explains who built them, when, or why. That gap, a massive engineering project with apparently zero documentation, is exactly what's made the Longyu Caves a magnet for fringe theories. Online, the caves get folded into the same broad, lost advanced civilization narrative used for sites like Puma Punku, with claims that the uniformity of the chisel marks is too precise for ancient hand tools, or that the caves serve some unexplained, almost ritualistic purpose tied to ancient technology or even extraterrestrial visitors. The total absence of historical documentation gets treated as proof of a deliberate cover-up, or evidence the caves predate recorded Chinese history altogether. The actual picture, while still incomplete, is far more grounded. Geological and erosion analysis on the exposed rock surfaces suggests the caves are most likely at least 2,000 years old, placing their construction somewhere in the pre-Qin or Han Dynasty period, squarely within the time frame of organized, literate Chinese civilization, not before it. The chisel marks, despite their visual uniformity, are entirely consistent with manual quarrying techniques using iron tools, the same basic toolkit used for stone quarrying elsewhere in ancient China. The repeating parallel pattern isn't evidence of some unknown technology. It's the natural result of skilled laborers working in coordinated rows, following a standardized technique passed down and repeated at scale. The same way uniform brick coursing or match stone cutting in any large ancient construction site reflects trained labor working from a shared method, not mystery machinery. The leading mainstream theory is that the Longyu Caves were quarries, sites where stone was systematically extracted for construction projects elsewhere, likely for building material used in the broader region during the relevant dynasty. This would explain the sheer scale of excavation, the methodical, repetitive chiseling pattern optimized for efficient rock removal rather than decoration, and the layout of the chambers, which prioritizes maximizing usable open space the way you'd expect from a working quarry rather than a temple or tomb designed around symbolic architecture. What's genuinely still unresolved is narrower than the internet version of the mystery, but real. Despite extensive searching, no written record from the relevant period mentions a quarrying project of this scale at this specific site, which is unusual given how thoroughly other major infrastructure projects from the same era, canals, walls, palace construction, were documented in surviving texts. Researchers are still working to pin down a more precise construction date, identify exactly which structures elsewhere the extracted stone may have been used for, and understand why a project requiring what was almost certainly a sustained, organized workforce over years left no clear administrative trace. It's also still not fully settled whether all 36 grottos were carved during a single sustained effort or across multiple separate periods, since the caves have never been systematically dated as a complete set. Longyu Caves aren't unexplainable. They're underdocumented, which is a different problem entirely, and one historian is still working through using geology, regional history, and comparative quarrying techniques rather than speculation. The bottomless ponds turned out to have a bottom after all. What's still missing isn't the floor, it's the paperwork. UR-100. In 1966, the Soviet Union began quietly filling missile silos across its territory, with a weapon designed around a single radical promise, a missile that could sit fully fueled and ready to launch for up to 10 straight years, with no maintenance crew ever needing to touch the fuel inside it. By the time production wound down, more had been built than any intercontinental ballistic missile in history. Nearly 1,000 units deployed, and for most of that time, Western intelligence had barely confirmed what they were actually looking at. The missile worked by sealing its volatile liquid propellants inside the airframe itself at the factory, rather than fueling it at the launch site, the way earlier Soviet missiles required. Engineer Vladimir Chelomey had previously developed this sealed storage approach for naval cruise missiles, where corrosive fuel needed to sit safely inside a container for years aboard a ship without degrading the missile around it. Applying that same principle to an intercontinental weapon meant a missile could be manufactured, sealed, transported to a silo, and left there for years, ready to fire within minutes of receiving a launch order, without ever needing the dangerous, time-consuming fueling process that had defined every Soviet ICBM before it. The strategic motivation traced directly back to a single American weapon. The United States had developed its own simplified, mass-producible ICBM years earlier, designed specifically to be cheap and reliable enough to deploy in numbers no missile force had ever achieved before. Soviet leadership recognized immediately that matching raw numbers, rather than building ever more powerful individual missiles, might be the faster path to strategic parity, and authorized two competing design bureaus to race toward the same goal. Chelomey's sealed, storable design won out specifically because his rival hadn't yet solved the problem of storing corrosive fuel safely over long periods. A technical detail that ended up deciding which missile would come to define an entire era of Soviet deterrence. Building the silo network to house this weapon required a level of secrecy stranger than the missile itself. Years before the design had even been finalized, survey teams of geologists and engineers were dispatched across the Soviet Union to scout potential silo locations, traveling by train, truck, and on occasion by horse into remote terrain, operating under the cover identity of a civilian gas utility. Team leaders were instructed to identify themselves to local officials only as an unnamed general from Moscow, leaving entire regional administrations unaware they had just hosted reconnaissance for one of the most consequential weapons programs in Soviet history. Once construction began, the silos themselves were engineered to require almost no permanent staff, controlled remotely from a single hardened command post rather than needing technicians stationed at each individual site. A design choice that let the Soviet military deploy hundreds of missiles far faster, and with far fewer personnel than a conventionally staffed missile force would have required. For years, the program remained largely opaque to the outside world. Analysts understood roughly how many silos existed and could estimate yield and range from observed test launches. But the full picture of how the system worked internally, the storage technology, the survey methods, the command structure, stayed locked inside Soviet military archives well past the point where the missile itself had already been retired from frontline service. Full confirmation of many program details only became available after the Soviet Union ceased to exist, by which point the weapon that had once represented the cutting edge of mass-produced nuclear deterrence had already been quietly replaced by newer designs built on the same storable, sealed fuel principle it had pioneered. What made the program's scale possible wasn't a single technical breakthrough so much as a deliberate philosophy of simplification. Earlier, Soviet missiles had demanded extensive ground infrastructure, dedicated fueling crews, and lengthy preparation windows before launch, all of which limited how many could realistically be built, staffed, and maintained at once. By stripping that complexity away and accepting a smaller warhead in exchange for a missile that could be produced and deployed almost like an industrial commodity, Chelomey's design let the Soviet military pursue sheer numerical superiority as its own form of deterrence, betting that quantity, distributed across hundreds of hardened, hard-to-target silos, could offset any individual disadvantage in accuracy or yield compared to its American counterpart. The radar cloak skin. In 1941, at an aeronautical materials laboratory operated by the German Air Ministry in Rechlin, a team of chemists and radar engineers began developing a surface coating designed to make aircraft invisible to the radio detection systems that British and American air defenses were deploying with increasing effectiveness across the European theater. The project, documented in Luftwaffe procurement records as absorbierende Haut, meaning absorbing skin, sought to create a material that could be applied directly to the outer surface of existing aircraft and would absorb incoming radar signals rather than reflecting them back to the detection station, eliminating the echo that radar operators use to locate and track airborne targets. Radar works by emitting pulses of radio frequency, electromagnetic energy, and measuring the reflected signals that bounce back from objects in the surrounding airspace. The time elapsed between transmission and return determines the target's distance. The strength and character of the return signal reveals information about the target's size, speed, and heading. Every material reflects radio frequency energy differently depending on its electrical conductivity, magnetic permeability, and surface geometry. Conventional aircraft construction materials, primarily aluminum alloy, are highly reflective at the frequencies used by Second World War-era radar systems, producing strong return signals that made large aircraft detectable at distances of over 150 kilometers by 1941. The absorbierende Hout compound the Rechlin team developed was a multi-layer coating combining a ferrite-based magnetic absorption layer with a carbon-loaded resistive outer layer. The ferrite layer worked by converting incoming radar energy into heat through magnetic hysteresis, the process by which a magnetic material repeatedly reverting its internal magnetic alignment in response to an alternating electromagnetic field dissipates energy as thermal output. The carbon-loaded outer layer provided additional resistive absorption, converting a secondary portion of the incoming signal into heat before it could reach the ferrite layer beneath. Applied together, the two layers were designed to absorb a significant proportion of incoming radar energy across the frequency bands used by Allied detection systems, reducing the aircraft's radar return signal to a fraction of its untreated value without adding significant weight or altering the aircraft's aerodynamic profile. Field testing of the coating was conducted on Junkers Ju-88 aircraft operating over the North Sea between 1942 and 1943. Luftwaffe test records described measurable reductions in radar detection range during those trials, with treated aircraft being acquired by British coastal radar stations at significantly shorter distances than untreated aircraft flying identical profiles. The coating was approved for limited production application and was reportedly used on a small number of U-boat snorkel masts to reduce their radar signature during surface operations in the Atlantic, with results that German naval records described as operationally significant. Full-scale production application to frontline Luftwaffe aircraft never followed. The industrial capacity required to manufacture and apply the coating at scale was unavailable given competing production priorities, and the coating's effectiveness degraded with exposure to rain, temperature cycling, and the mechanical stresses of operational flight, requiring reapplication intervals that the maintenance infrastructure could not support. The technical documentation for the absorbierende Hout compound was captured by British scientific intelligence teams in 1945 and assessed by the Royal Aircraft Establishment at Farnborough. The radar-absorbing material technology that both American and British aerospace programs developed during the Cold War, culminating in the stealth coatings, applied to aircraft including the F-117 Nighthawk and the B-2 Spirit, uses ferrite and carbon-based absorption principles directly analogous to those the Rechlin team documented in 1941. Whether the post-war development programs drew from the captured German research or arrived independently at the same material, science solution, has never been formally addressed in declassified program histories. The Dimensional Signal Scanner. In 2002, in a small workshop in Colorado, an electronics enthusiast and shortwave radio hobbyist named Frank Sumption finished building a device he had been designing for 7 years. He called it Frank's Box. He claimed it allowed real-time two-way communication with the dead. The device combined a standard white noise generator with a random voltage circuit connected to an AM radio receiver. The voltage circuit caused the receiver to continuously sweep through the AM frequency band in rapid succession, pausing fractionally at each frequency point before moving on. The result was a constant stream of audio fragments, snatches of broadcast speech, music, and static, cycling through in rapid random sequence at a rate too fast for the conscious mind to follow deliberately. Sumption's theoretical framework held that this continuous sweep of fragmented audio provided a carrier medium that disembodied entities could manipulate in real time, selecting and shaping specific audio fragments as they pass through the sweep cycle to construct words and phrases audible to anyone listening at the device's output. The entity would not need to generate sound from nothing. It would only need to influence which fragments the sweep selected and in what order, assembling meaning from the existing raw material of broadcast radio, the same way a person might cut words from a newspaper to compose a message. Unlike EVP recordings, which required playback analysis to detect voices, Frank's box was designed to produce responses in the moment, turning paranormal communication from a retrospective discovery into an active real-time conversation between the living and whatever might exist on the other side of that boundary. Sumption's interest in electronic spirit communication had begun when he read an article in Popular Electronics magazine about electronic voice phenomena, the recording of unexplained voices on audio equipment, first documented by Friedrich Jürgensen in 1959. He spent several years experimenting with EVP recording methods without satisfactory results, before claiming that he began receiving direct communication from disembodied entities, and that those entities provided him with the design specifications for the device he subsequently built. He described the experience not as inspiration, but as instruction, and he followed those instructions precisely. Sumption built approximately 180 units over the course of his life, distributing them not commercially, but selectively, giving devices to individuals he and the voices determined were appropriate recipients. He made his schematics publicly available and declined to patent or profit from the design at any point. A genuine original Frank's box became one of the most sought-after objects in paranormal research circles worldwide, and the design Sumption published spawned an entire industry of derivative spirit box devices that became standard equipment for paranormal investigators across multiple countries. 6 progressively refined versions of the device were produced during his lifetime, each incorporating improvements in compactness and signal clarity that Sumption developed through years of continued use and experimentation. Critics argued consistently that the voices perceived through Frank's box were a product of auditory pareidolia, the same psychological mechanism identified in EVP research, amplified by the suggestive context of paranormal investigation, and the brain's well-documented tendency to extract meaningful speech patterns from fragmentary and ambiguous audio. The rapid frequency sweep produced enough acoustic variety that a primed listener would reliably find words and responses regardless of whether any external intelligence was shaping the output. No controlled experiment has ever demonstrated that the responses Frank's box produces contain information that could not be accounted for by the random audio fragments the sweep generates combined with the pattern recognition tendencies of the human auditory system. Sumption died of a heart attack in 2014. The final version he was developing before his death included a video component, extending the communication framework from audio into visual output and representing the most ambitious iteration of the concept he had spent his adult life refining. That version was never completed. The 180 units he built by hand are the only original Frank's boxes in existence, and their whereabouts are not all publicly known. Whether the device captured something real or produced nothing beyond what the psychology of listening can manufacture from random noise remains precisely as unresolved today as it was the day Sumption finished building the first one. The trash fuel converter. In 1983, in a research facility outside of Osaka, Japan, a chemical engineer named Masaki Fujita began developing a thermal conversion system that could take virtually any category of solid waste, plastics, municipal garbage, agricultural byproduct, or industrial refuse, and convert it into a clean-burning synthetic fuel oil through a process that required no sorting, no pre-processing, and produced no toxic emissions as a byproduct. By 1990, Fujita's company had built a working industrial-scale prototype and was processing several tons of mixed waste per day, producing a fuel output that independent analysts confirmed was chemically comparable to light diesel. Converting waste into fuel is not a new idea. Incineration, the most widely used method of waste to energy conversion, burns solid waste directly to produce heat that drives steam turbines and generates electricity. The process is straightforward, but it produces a significant volume of toxic ash and atmospheric emissions, including dioxins, furans, and heavy metal particulates that require expensive filtration and controlled disposal. Pyrolysis, a more sophisticated method, heats organic material in the absence of oxygen to break it down into gases, liquids, and char without combustion. Pyrolysis can produce usable fuel oils, but typically requires sorted, relatively homogeneous feedstock, and operates efficiently only within a narrow range of input materials. Fujita's system operated through a process he called catalytic thermal depolymerization. Mixed waste of virtually any composition was fed into a sealed reaction chamber and subjected to precisely controlled combinations of heat and pressure in the presence of a proprietary catalyst the engineer had developed over several years of experimentation. The catalyst lowered the temperature and pressure thresholds required to break apart the long-chain polymer molecules found in plastics and organic materials, converting them into shorter hydrocarbon chains that condensed into liquid fuel oil as the chamber cooled. The process handled mixed unsorted waste without difficulty. It produced no atmospheric emissions because the reaction occurred in a sealed environment. The solid residue remaining after conversion was a small volume of inert mineral ash, requiring no special disposal. The fuel output tested at energy densities comparable to conventional diesel and burned cleanly in standard combustion engines without modification. Pilot installations were established in 3 Japanese prefectures between 1991 and 1994. Municipal governments that participated in the trials reported significant reductions in landfill volume alongside a usable fuel output that partially offset the operating costs of the system. Independent chemical analysis of both the conversion process and the fuel output was conducted by researchers at Osaka University, whose published findings described the technology as technically sound and the results as reproducible. International observers from European environmental agencies attended demonstrations and filed reports describing the system as one of the most promising integrated waste management technologies they had evaluated. Commercial scaling never followed. Fujita's company entered licensing negotiations with several large industrial conglomerates in Japan and Europe beginning in 1995. Each negotiation reached an advanced stage before collapsing without explanation. A South Korean industrial group that had agreed in principle to a full licensing arrangement withdrew abruptly following a meeting with representatives from the petrochemical sector, whose details were never disclosed. Fujita reported that pressure was applied through regulatory channels as well, with certification requirements for the system's fuel output being revised upward at short notice in ways that added years to the commercialization timeline without any clear technical justification. By 2001, the company had exhausted its development funding. The industrial-scale prototype was decommissioned. Fujita retired from active research. The catalyst formula at the center of the process was never published in full and remains undisclosed. Researchers who have attempted to replicate the system report that without the specific catalyst composition, the depolymerization process either requires energy inputs that eliminate the efficiency advantage or produces fuel outputs of insufficient quality for practical use. A technology capable of converting the world's waste stream into usable fuel would simultaneously address 2 of the most significant material problems of modern industrial civilization: the accumulation of non-biodegradable waste and the finite supply of liquid fossil fuels. That both problems have continued to worsen in the decades since Fujita's prototype was decommissioned, while the technology that may have addressed them sits undisclosed in a retired engineer's records, is a question that neither the waste management industry nor the fuel industry has ever been asked to answer publicly. The quantum resonance lens. In 1920, in a private laboratory in San Diego, California, an American inventor and microscopist named Royal Raymond Rife began building what would become the most powerful optical microscope ever constructed, a device he called the universal microscope. By the time it was complete, it could magnify living specimens up to 60,000 times their actual size, far beyond anything available in any research institution in the world. Through it, Rife claimed to see something that would redefine the relationship between frequency, disease, and the human body. The universal microscope was built using a specially designed Risley prism system that operated on a counter-rotation principle, selecting specific portions of the light frequency spectrum to illuminate microscopic specimens. Unlike electron microscopes, which killed biological samples during preparation, Reif's device allowed observation of living viruses and microorganisms in real time, displaying what he described as the characteristic chemical colors each organism emitted as it vibrated at its own resonant frequency. Using this instrument, Reif identified microorganisms he believed were causally associated with cancer, which he designated BX and BY, and observed that each pathogen vibrated at a specific and measurable electromagnetic frequency. His central theoretical claim followed directly from this observation. Every microorganism, like every physical structure, has a resonant frequency at which it naturally oscillates. If an external electromagnetic frequency precisely matching that resonant frequency could be directed at the organism, it would vibrate itself apart, the same principle that causes a crystal glass to shatter at exactly the right musical pitch. Reif called this frequency the mortal oscillatory rate, and he built a device he called the Reif frequency generator to deliver it. The machine emitted precisely calibrated radio frequency electromagnetic waves tunable across a broad spectrum, allowing an operator to dial in the specific frequency corresponding to any target pathogen and direct that frequency into the patient's body, destroying the organism without affecting surrounding healthy tissue. A clinical trial, sponsored by the University of Southern California, treated 16 terminally ill cancer patients using the Reif frequency generator. 14 were reported as completely cured within 70 days. The remaining 2 recovered within the following 6 weeks. The University of Southern California's research committee oversaw the work, and follow-up clinics conducted by independent physicians using identical machines reportedly validated the results. Research findings were published in scientific journals and cited in the annual report of the Smithsonian Institution. On November 20, 1931, Reif and 34 of his most distinguished colleagues in medicine attended a banquet titled "The End to All Diseases." Within 8 years, the same group of physicians essentially denied that Reif existed. What happened in between has been documented in fragments. Morris Fishbein, the head of the American Medical Association, reportedly attempted to purchase the rights to Reif's technology and was refused. Shortly afterward, Reif's laboratory was raided and equipment destroyed. On the eve of a press conference to announce the clinical trial results, Dr. Milbank Johnson, former president of the Southern California AMA and a key supporter of the research, was found fatally poisoned and his papers disappeared. Physicians who continued using the machines were threatened. Upon discovery of an operational device, authorities confiscated or destroyed it. Reif died in 1971. Several of his original microscopes survive in private collections. No institution has ever successfully replicated the full optical specification of the universal microscope, and the specific frequencies Reif documented as mortal oscillatory rates for individual pathogens have never been independently verified under controlled conditions by any mainstream research body. Targeted treatment of cancer using radiofrequency electromagnetic fields, amplitude modulated at tumor-specific frequencies, has since been investigated in peer-reviewed research and published in mainstream medical journals, describing results consistent with the principle Reif was working from in that San Diego laboratory. That research does not cite Reif. The DNA-targeted bomb. In 1943, within a biological research division operating under the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Berlin, a team of geneticists and weapons engineers began investigating a concept that represented the most precise and ethically catastrophic weapons idea of the 20th century. The project explored whether an explosive or dispersal device could be designed to deliver a biological or chemical payload that would activate selectively based on the genetic characteristics of its target population, killing or incapacitating individuals of specific hereditary profiles while leaving others in the same environment entirely unaffected. Conventional weapons of the Second World War killed indiscriminately. High explosive ordnance, incendiary devices, and even the chemical weapons developed during the First World War affected every living organism within their effective radius, regardless of identity, nationality, or biological profile. The strategic limitation of that indiscrimination was significant. Bombing a city to destroy its military garrison meant destroying the city. Deploying chemical agents against enemy troop concentrations risked contaminating territory Germany intended to occupy and exploit. a weapon capable of targeting a specific biological population while leaving infrastructure, agriculture, and selected human groups intact would have represented a transformation in the strategic calculus of warfare with no historical precedent. The theoretical basis the research team worked from drew on advances in human genetics that German scientific institutions had been developing aggressively throughout the 1930s under the ideological framework of the regime's racial classification programs. By 1943, German geneticists had cataloged what they believed were hereditary markers distinguishing population groups at the biological level. The weapon's application being explored involved identifying genetic sequences present at high frequency in target populations and engineering a biological agent, most likely a modified pathogen or a chemically activated genetic trigger capable of recognizing and binding to cells expressing those sequences. The delivery mechanism under consideration was a dispersal bomb that would aerosolize the agent over a target area, allowing it to be inhaled or absorbed by the population below. What the program was aiming for was a weapon of absolute strategic precision. Military planners within the project reportedly described the ideal operational outcome as the ability to depopulate a defined geographic area of a specific population group while leaving the physical environment and non-targeted inhabitants fully intact and immediately usable. Applied to occupied Soviet territories, the concept envisioned clearing areas designated for German resettlement without the infrastructure destruction that conventional military operations produced. Applied to resistance movements operating within mixed civilian populations, it offered the theoretical possibility of neutralizing specific ethnic or hereditary groups without conventional military engagement. The scientific foundation the project rested on was fundamentally flawed. The genetic distinctions the researchers were working from reflected the ideological classifications of the regime rather than genuine population genetics, and the complexity of human genetic variation across any population group would have made selective biological targeting at the level the project envisioned technically impossible with 1940s technology. Whether the research team understood those limitations and continued regardless, or genuinely believed the theoretical framework was scientifically sound, is not established by the surviving documentation. Records relating to the project were among the materials processed by Allied intelligence teams following Germany's surrender. Portions were incorporated into classified biological weapons assessments produced by both American and Soviet military research divisions during the early Cold War period. The extent to which the conceptual framework of genetically targeted biological agents influenced subsequent weapons research programs in either country has never been addressed in any declassified document. The science that made such a weapon impossible in 1943 has advanced considerably in the 8 decades since. The Tsar tank. In August 1915, in a forest 60 kilometers outside Moscow, engineers watched a 60-ton war machine roll forward, crush a tree in its path without slowing down, and then sink helplessly into a patch of soft ground it never managed to escape. It never moved again under its own power. Within weeks, the project that had once carried the personal blessing and private funding of the Tsar himself was formally abandoned. The single completed prototype left exactly where it died. The machine worked on a principle borrowed not from any existing weapon, but from ordinary horse-drawn carts. Engineer Nikolai Lebedenko had noticed that wheeled carts used across Central Asia, fitted with enormous wheels, could roll straight over ditches and bumps that would stop a smaller vehicle dead. And he scaled that same idea up to military proportions. 2 spoked wheels nearly 30 feet in diameter, taller than a 3-story building, were meant to carry the entire vehicle's weight forward over trenches, fallen trees, and shattered terrain that had turned the rest of the Eastern Front into an impassable wasteland. A much smaller wheel at the rear, barely 5 feet across, was meant to steer the whole assembly, and a turret and side cannons gave the design real firepower to match its scale. The desperation behind the project was real. By 1915, the Russian army was reeling from a German offensive that had encircled entire units along the front, and engineers across the empire were pitching increasingly radical ideas to break a war that conventional tactics weren't winning. When Lebedenko brought a small, wind-up wooden model to the palace, demonstrating it on the floor as it effortlessly rolled over stacked law books, standing in for battlefield obstacles. Tsar Nicholas II was delighted enough to personally fund full-scale construction without further deliberation. Exactly the kind of decisive backing a project this strange needed to ever get built at all. What worked perfectly at toy scale fell apart catastrophically at full size. The finished prototype came in roughly 50% heavier than designers had calculated, the unavoidable result of using thicker armor plating than the original math had accounted for. That extra weight settled disproportionately onto the small rear wheel, rather than spreading evenly across the towering front wheels, and the moment the vehicle rolled off firm ground, that rear wheel sank into the earth like an anchor. Two repurposed aircraft engines, originally seized from a captured German airship, provided more horsepower than almost anything else on a battlefield at the time. And none of it mattered. The wheels spun uselessly while the tank's own weight dug its grave deeper with every attempt to pull free. Military leadership delivered the final verdict after watching the failed tests in person. Even setting the mobility problem aside, officials judged the design fatally vulnerable to artillery, reasoning that a machine this enormous, towering 30 feet above the battlefield would present an impossible target to miss for any gun crew within range. By September, the project lost its funding entirely, even as some of its own engineers kept tinkering with replacement engines in a last attempt to save it. No one ever managed to free the prototype from where it sank. It sat abandoned in that same forest clearing for the next several years, guarded for a while out of lingering institutional hope that it might eventually be repaired until the Russian Revolution swept away the empire that had funded it in the first place. With no government left to care what happened to a beached war machine in the woods, it simply rusted in place until 1923, when it was finally broken apart for scrap, 8 years after its only field test had ended in mud rather than glory. The timing of its failure carries its own quiet irony. Just as Russian engineers were abandoning the giant wheel concept entirely, British designers working in total secrecy were finishing the first prototype of an entirely different solution to the same battlefield problem. A smaller, far less dramatic vehicle that crawled forward on continuous metal tracks instead of towering spoked wheels. That British design solved the weight distribution problem this one never could, spreading pressure evenly across a long tracked surface rather than concentrating it onto a single point of contact, and it went on to define what a tank would look like for the rest of the century. The machine built around the more visually spectacular idea lost, decisively, to the machine built around the more boring engineering solution, a pattern that would repeat itself across military history again and again. The Paracas skulls. The desert coast of southern Peru holds one of archaeology's strangest visual mysteries. In 1928, Peruvian archaeologist Julio Tello was excavating burial sites on the Paracas Peninsula when he began pulling mummies from the earth, hundreds of them, wrapped in some of the most elaborate textiles ever found in the ancient Americas, preserved for over 2,000 years by the bone-dry coastal air. But it wasn't the textiles that stopped Tello cold, it was the heads. Over 300 skulls emerged from those burial sites with a feature so dramatic that photographs of them still circulate today as some of the most shared images in fringe archaeology. The skulls were elongated, not slightly but profoundly. The cranium stretched upward and backward into a shape that bore almost no resemblance to a typical human head, some specimens reaching nearly twice the volume of an average skull. Tello's interpretation was cranial binding, the deliberate practice of wrapping an infant's skull with cloth, cord, or wooden boards to reshape it as the child grows. It sounds extreme, but it isn't unique to Peru. The same basic technique shows up independently across ancient Egypt, parts of Mesoamerica, native cultures along the Pacific Northwest, and groups in Africa and the South Pacific. Wherever it appears, the underlying biology is the same. A human infant is born with a skull made of separate bone plates connected by flexible, unfused sutures, which is what allows a baby's head to pass through the birth canal and grow rapidly in the first years of life. Sustained pressure during this window, while the bone is still soft, can permanently alter the skull's final shape without affecting brain development. By age 3 or 4, the window closes, the plates fuse, and the shape locks in for life. For decades that explanation held, mostly because the practice was well attested elsewhere, and the skeletal evidence fit known patterns of artificial deformation. Then, in the last 15 years, the Paracas skulls found a second life online, detached from the original archaeological context. The person most responsible for that shift is Brian Furster, a writer and tour guide based in Peru, not a credentialed archaeologist, not a geneticist, and not affiliated with any accredited research institution. Forster began promoting two specific claims that spread rapidly through alternative history communities. First, that a meaningful number of Paracas skulls show only a single parietal plate, where a normal human skull has two. Second, that DNA testing conducted in 2014 revealed genetic mutations not found in any known human, primate, or animal database, implying the individual tested wasn't fully human. Neither claim survives contact with the actual evidence. Start with the parietal bone issue. The missing suture line pointed to in photographs is a known, documented form of normal anatomical variation, sometimes called a sagittal wormian bone, or irregular suture closure, and it shows up in ordinary human skulls worldwide with no connection to Paracas or to cranial deformation at all. In skulls that have also undergone intentional binding, the visual effect can be even more pronounced, since the reshaping process puts unusual stress on suture lines as the bone grows under pressure. What looks like a single fused plate in a photograph is, on closer anatomical inspection, the same two parietal bones every human is born with, just expressed in a way that photographs poorly and reads dramatically out of context. The DNA claim is even thinner. The 2014 results were never published in any peer-reviewed journal. No identifiable, accredited laboratory has ever put its name behind the findings. No geneticist outside of Forster's own promotional material has ever verified the methodology, sample handling, or results. A claim this significant, an entirely unknown branch of hominid ancestry, would represent one of the largest scientific discoveries in human history, and would be instantly seized on by genetics labs worldwide for independent verification. None of that happened. The silence from the actual scientific community isn't a cover-up. It's the absence of anything substantive to verify in the first place. What's left, once the viral claims are stripped away, is a genuine and still partially unanswered question. Researchers are still working out exactly how widespread and severe the binding practice was compared to neighboring coastal cultures, and what social or religious significance such an extreme head shape held. Some suspect it marked elite or priestly status, a visible, permanent signal of rank within Paracas society. Others point to regional variation, suggesting different lineages practice distinct binding styles as a form of group identity. None of that is settled, and that's the honest version of the mystery, a real, unresolved archaeological question, just not the one that ended up going viral. 2,000 years in the desert, and the Paracas skulls are still raising questions. Just not the ones the internet decided to ask. The Concorde. In 1962, two European aerospace rivals agreed to stop competing and build something neither could finish alone. Concorde was the result, a supersonic passenger airliner born from an unusual treaty between Britain and France, at a time when crossing the Atlantic by jet still took 7 or 8 hours. The goal was audacious, a commercial aircraft that ordinary paying passengers could board, and that would fly faster than the speed of sound. Concorde worked by combining a slender delta-wing airframe with 4 Olympus turbojet engines, descendants of a design originally built for the Avro Vulcan bomber, each one fitted with an afterburner to punch through the sound barrier on takeoff. Variable geometry intakes at the front of each engine slowed and managed incoming supersonic air before it ever reached the turbines, a problem few engineers had solved at commercial scale before. The thin, sharply swept wings cut drag at high speed, while still generating enough lift for takeoff and landing, and a drooping nose could be lowered during those phases to give pilots a clear view of the runway past Concorde's long, pointed fuselage. With no tailplane to manage balance the way conventional airliners do, engineers built a fuel transfer system that pumped roughly 20 tons of fuel between tanks mid-flight, shifting the center of gravity several feet rearward as the aircraft accelerated through the sound barrier, then forward again as it slowed for landing. At cruise, it flew at just over twice the speed of sound, 60,000 feet up, fast enough that friction against the air heated the airframe and stretched the fuselage several inches over the course of a single flight. The first prototype lifted off from Toulouse in March 1969, piloted by Chief Test Pilot André Turcat. It broke the sound barrier 7 months later and entered commercial service in January 1976, British Airways and Air France launching flights on the very same day. Transatlantic service to New York began the following year, after a legal fight over noise restrictions, and the London to New York route quickly became its defining achievement, cutting a 7-hour flight down to roughly 3.5. Airlines around the world had once placed orders for as many as 74 Concordes, but rising fuel costs and a staggering price tag saw every one of those orders canceled, leaving only 20 Concordes ever built, 14 of them flying commercially, split evenly between the two launch carriers. For passengers willing to pay a round-trip fare that could run close to $9,000, Concorde delivered exactly what it promised: speed nothing else in the sky could match. That speed came at a steep and permanent cost. The same sonic boom that proved Concorde was breaking the sound barrier also made supersonic flight illegal over land in most countries, confining its routes almost entirely to open ocean. It burned roughly twice the fuel of a Boeing 747 per hour, while carrying barely a quarter of the passengers, a gap that only widened as fuel prices climbed through the 1970s. On July 25, 2000, a Concorde taking off from Charles de Gaulle ran over a strip of metal debris left on the runway, shredding a tire whose fragments tore into a fuel tank and ignited a fire seconds after liftoff. The aircraft crashed into a hotel near the airport, killing all 109 people on board and 4 more on the ground, the only fatal accident in its history. Flights resumed 17 months later, after a multi-million-dollar safety overhaul. But the September 11th attacks struck just 2 months after that, and passenger demand for transatlantic luxury travel never came back. The two airlines retired Concorde together in 2003, the final aircraft touching down at Bristol that November, after 27 years in service. No supersonic passenger aircraft has flown a paying customer since. Concorde proved routine supersonic travel was possible and flew for nearly 3 decades doing it. More than 20 years after its last flight, nothing built since has matched what it did. The seismoscope. In 132 AD, a Chinese polymath named Zhang Heng presented a bronze vessel to the imperial court at Luoyang and told the emperor it could detect earthquakes occurring hundreds of miles away without any tremor being felt at its location. The court was skeptical. Zhang Heng was already known as a mathematician, astronomer, and mechanical engineer of exceptional ability, but this claim went beyond anything his colleagues were prepared to accept. Then, several years after the device was installed, one of its mechanisms triggered without any shaking felt in the capital. Days later, a messenger arrived from the west, reporting a major earthquake exactly where the device had indicated. The device, called the Hufeng Didong Yi, meaning instrument for measuring seasonal winds and Earth's motion, consisted of a bronze jar with 8 dragons facing 8 compass directions. Each of these dragons held a ball in its jaws and sat above a toad with an open mouth. When an earthquake occurred, the dragon facing the quake's direction dropped its ball into the toad's mouth, acting as a kind of ancient directional indicator. The vessel itself was approximately 2 meters in diameter, large enough to house the internal mechanism that made the directional detection possible. The device included a vertical pin passing through a slot in a crank, a catch device, a pivot on a projection, and a sling suspending a pendulum. That suspended pendulum is the key to understanding how the device worked. A pendulum hanging freely inside a vessel will remain stationary relative to the ground when the vessel shakes, because its inertia resists the motion that the vessel's walls are undergoing. The relative movement between the stationary pendulum and the moving vessel walls activates whichever trigger mechanism is positioned in the direction the seismic wave is arriving from, releasing that dragon's ball into the corresponding toad's mouth below. The physics behind this design is identical to the inertial principle used in every modern seismograph. Early seismoscopes like the one invented by Zhang Heng used a pendulum to trigger a mechanism that indicated the direction of shaking, Modern seismographs use electromagnetic sensors to translate ground motion into electrical signals, which are then recorded as a seismogram. The fundamental operating principle, a mass that resists motion while its housing moves around it, has not changed in 2,000 years. What Zhang Heng built was not a primitive approximation of a seismic instrument. It was a seismic instrument operating on the correct physical principle, producing directionally accurate results at ranges of hundreds of kilometers. On at least one occasion, probably at the time of a large earthquake in Gansu, the seismoscope indicated an earthquake even though one was not felt at the capital in Luoyang. That documented instance of remote seismic detection without local ground motion is precisely what distinguishes Zhang Heng's device from a simple vibration detector. A device that only responds to local shaking would be of limited value to an imperial government trying to manage a territory the size of Han Dynasty China. A device that detects the passage of seismic waves from distant earthquakes through the ground without requiring those waves to be strong enough to be felt at the instrument's location is a genuinely sophisticated piece of engineering. Since nothing tangible survived the passage of time, historians struggled to reconcile centuries-old accounts with a working replica of Zhang's device. Some even speculated it never existed. In 2005, a group of seismologists and archaeologists from the Chinese Academy of Sciences announced they had created a proven functioning replica. In their version, the pendulum is suspended above another ball perched atop a thin pedestal. When the pendulum swings, it nudges that central ball down one of 8 channels, where it hits a trigger system that animates the external dragon mouth. The replica successfully detected simulated seismic waves in controlled testing, confirming that the mechanism described in historical records is physically capable of doing exactly what Zhang Heng claimed it did in the 2nd century. The original device has not survived. The knowledge required to build it was preserved only in written accounts, detailed enough that modern engineers could reconstruct it 19 centuries later. The Inca obsidian mirrors. Somewhere in the highlands of what is now Ecuador, Inca craftsmen ground and polished a disc of volcanic glass to a surface so flat and so smooth that it could hold a reflection. The object was not decorative. It was not a vanity mirror. It was an instrument of vision used by priests and rulers to see what ordinary sight could not reach. And it was considered powerful enough that when Spanish conquistadors arrived and began shipping Mesoamerican treasures back to Europe, at least one of these mirrors traveled with them, eventually ending up in the hands of John Dee, court astrologer to Queen Elizabeth I, who used it to conduct sessions he believed connected him to angelic beings. Obsidian is a naturally occurring volcanic glass formed when silica-rich lava cools rapidly without crystallizing. The result is a material with no grain structure, no internal boundaries, and a surface that, when fractured, produces edges sharper than surgical steel, and when polished produces a reflective surface darker and more uniform than any metal mirror of the ancient world. The peoples of ancient Mexico used polished obsidian mirrors, or tezcatl, as instruments of divination. By gazing into a mirror's smoky depths, sorcerers traveled the world of gods and ancestors. The obsidian mirror was the primary accessory of the supreme Aztec deity Tezcatlipoca, whose name means smoking mirror. He is often depicted with an obsidian mirror on his chest, in his headdress, or replacing his right foot. The Inca tradition of obsidian mirror production extended this practice further south, with mirrors produced in the Quito region of present-day Ecuador, using obsidian sources distinct from those used by Mesoamerican cultures, indicating an independent development of the same technology and the same ritual application across separate civilizations. The practice the mirrors were designed to facilitate is called scrying, the sustained observation of a dark, reflective surface in a meditative state for the purpose of receiving visual information not available through ordinary perception. The neurological basis of the experience is well documented even if its interpretation remains contested. Prolonged fixation on a featureless, dark, reflective surface causes the visual cortex to begin generating imagery from internal sources rather than external ones, producing visual experiences that feel externally received rather than internally generated. The darkness and uniformity of an obsidian surface makes it more effective at inducing this state than a metal mirror, which produces a brighter and more visually complex reflection that keeps the conscious mind engaged with the external world, rather than allowing it to drift toward internally generated imagery. Researchers believe that these reflective artifacts were used as mystical devices by elite individuals for divinatory scrying, with shamans using these mirrors for spiritual insight, seeking visions and guidance from the spirit world. Mathematician and astrologer John Dee, a confidant of Queen Elizabeth I, used a polished obsidian mirror to conduct elaborate scrying sessions with his associate Edward Kelly. Together, they claimed to receive communications from angelic beings, producing the system of Enochian magic that still influences Western occultism today. The mirror Dee used, now housed in the British Museum, was confirmed by isotopic analysis to have originated from obsidian sources in Pachuca, Mexico, establishing it as an Aztec object that traveled to Europe following the Spanish conquest rather than a European imitation. An obsidian mirror in the collection of the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle in Paris, previously attributed to a shipment sent by Hernán Cortés, has recently been discovered to have actually originated in what is now Quito, Ecuador, when that area was ruled by the Inca. The Inca mirrors represent a tradition of optical and ritual instrument production that developed independently of Mesoamerican influence, using locally sourced volcanic glass ground to a reflective finish without metal tools, producing an instrument that crossed an ocean, changed hands between civilizations, and ended up on the desk of an Elizabethan mathematician who believed it let him speak to angels. Whether it did or not, the neurological experience it reliably induced was real enough that every major pre-Columbian civilization in the Americas independently arrived at the same dark surface as their primary instrument for accessing it. Vought V-173 Flying Pancake. In 1942, a Navy test pilot took off in an aircraft shaped almost like a perfect circle, climbed nearly straight up off the runway, and then did something that shouldn't have been possible. He throttled back to a crawl, slowed the plane down to barely more than walking pace, and it stayed in the air, refusing to stall, refusing to drop. Onlookers nicknamed it the Flying Pancake, because nothing about its shape looked like it belonged in the sky. The aircraft worked by abandoning almost every assumption baked into conventional plane design. Instead of long, narrow wings generating lift along a slender fuselage, the entire body of the plane was the wing, a flat, nearly circular disc with two engines buried inside it, driving massive propellers mounted at the leading edges. That shape gave it an enormous wing area relative to its size, which meant it needed shockingly little speed to stay airborne. It could land at barely over 20 miles an hour, a fraction of what other fighters of the era required, and it could take off in distances so short that the Navy believed it could be launched from the decks of ships that had no business launching aircraft at all, cruisers, tankers, vessels, with no runway to speak of. That single capability was the entire point. In the early 1940s, the Navy was hunting for a fighter that didn't need a full aircraft carrier to operate, something that could be scattered across the fleet and scrambled into the air from almost anywhere to counter fast-moving threats that conventional carrier-based fighters couldn't always reach in time. A plane that could take off almost vertically and land at a crawl solved a problem the Navy didn't yet have a good answer for. Over more than 100 flights and well over 100 hours in the air, the aircraft proved the underlying theory correct. It really could do what its design promised. Pilots who flew it, including at least one famous aviator brought in specifically to test it, came away convinced the concept worked exactly as intended. The wind tunnel math wasn't theoretical anymore. It was airborne, repeatedly, without major incident. And yet, by the time the testing wrapped, the war that had justified building it in the first place was ending, and the entire logic of naval aviation was shifting under everyone's feet. Piston engines and wooden propellers were being quietly outpaced by a new kind of propulsion altogether, the jet engine, faster, more powerful, and clearly the future of fighter design. A slow, vertical takeoff propeller plane, however clever its shape, was solving yesterday's problem just as the Navy's attention moved entirely toward tomorrow's. The program was quietly shelved, not because the aircraft failed, but because the war it was built to fight a different kind of battle in was already over. A larger, all-metal version of the same idea was already under construction when the cancellation came down, intended to carry weapons and armor the original wooden prototype never could. That follow-on aircraft never got the chance to prove itself either. Orders went out to scrap both airframes entirely, the kind of quiet bureaucratic construction that, in most cases, would have erased the entire project from memory within a year. Most experimental aircraft from this era ended exactly that way, cut apart for scrap metal the moment their budget line disappeared, with nothing left behind but a few photographs and a paragraph in someone's internal report. The single working prototype, by sheer luck, escaped that fate. Instead of being scrapped, it was handed over for preservation, sat in storage for decades, and was eventually restored stitch by stitch using techniques almost identical to the ones used to build it in the first place, down to thousands of hand-sewn stitches replicated across its fabric skin by people who treated the restoration less like a repair job and more like an act of historical rescue. It exists today, fully intact, on public display, which makes it almost unique among the inventions on this list. Nothing was seized, no one was silenced, no raid emptied a workshop in the middle of the night. The technology simply lost a race against an engine that hadn't even been the Navy's stated priority just a few years earlier. And the timing of that shift was enough to bury an entire design philosophy along with it. But its survival doesn't make it any less forgotten. Most people who walk past it have no idea. They're looking at a working proof that a plane shaped like a dinner plate could fly slower, take off shorter, and land safer than almost anything else built in its era. An idea so far outside the mainstream of aircraft design that it never got a second chance to prove what it could still do. The Gate of the Sun. At the Tiwanaku archaeological site near Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, a single block of andesite stands carved into one of the most recognizable monuments in South American archaeology. The Gate of the Sun, or Puerta del Sol, is a freestanding stone archway roughly 10 feet tall and 13 feet wide, cut from a single monolith weighing around 10 tons. Spanish chroniclers who first documented the site found it already cracked in two and lying on the ground, and it wasn't repositioned upright in its current location until restoration work in the 20th century, work that itself has fueled debate about whether the gate even stands where it originally stood. The carving covering the gate is what draws people in. A central figure, commonly called the staff god, stands at the top center holding a staff in each hand, surrounded by rows of smaller winged running figures carved in profile, 48 of them in total, arranged in precise repeating bands beneath a checkerboard-style cornice. The detail is dense and disciplined, clearly the product of a sophisticated artistic and religious tradition, and the surrounding figures are sometimes read as representing a calendar system, possibly tracking a solar or lunar cycle through the repeated count and positioning of the winged attendants. That calendar interpretation is where things split into two very different stories. Arthur Poznansky, the same early 20th century researcher whose flawed astronomical dating methods were used to argue Tiwanaku itself was 17,000 years old, applied a similar approach to the Gate of the Sun, treating its carved figures as evidence of an extremely ancient, highly precise astronomical calendar that, in his telling, implied a level of scientific sophistication impossible for the time frame mainstream archaeology assigns to the site. That claim has carried forward into modern fringe content, where the gate gets folded into the same lost advanced civilization narrative as Puma Punku, sometimes paired with claims that the staff god figure represents an ancient astronaut or otherworldly visitor rather than a deity from Ondayan religious tradition. The mainstream archaeological picture looks different, and it's better supported. Poznansky's astronomical dating has been discredited for the same reasons across all of his Tiwanaku work. It relied on assumptions about long-term axial shifts that don't hold up under modern astronomical and geological scrutiny. Independent dating methods, including radiocarbon analysis of the broader Tiwanaku complex, place the gate's construction within the site's classic period, roughly 500 to 1000 CE, the same general era as the rest of Tiwanaku's major monumental architecture, including Puma Punku. As for the staff god himself, he isn't an unexplained outlier. Closely related staff-holding deity imagery appears at multiple other Andean sites, both before and after Tiwanaku's peak, and many archaeologists connect the figure to Viracocha, a major creator deity in later Inca religion, suggesting continuity of Andean religious symbolism rather than an isolated, inexplicable artifact. The winged running figures fit recognizable patterns from Andean cosmology, attendant or messenger figures arranged around a central deity, a composition echoed in textiles and ceramics from the same broader cultural tradition. The precision of the carving itself sits comfortably within what experimental archaeology has already demonstrated is achievable on andesite using stone hammers and copper or bronze chisels, the same toolkit identified at Pumapunku, just a short walk away. What remains genuinely unresolved is more specific than how was this possibly built? Scholars are still debating the exact symbolic meaning of the 48 winged figures, whether they represent a literal calendar count, a roster of subordinate deities or ancestors, or something more abstract tied to ritual rather than timekeeping, and no single interpretation has achieved full consensus. There's also real uncertainty about the gate's original architectural context. Because it was found already displaced and cracked, and because Tiwanaku underwent multiple building phases over centuries, archaeologists aren't entirely certain whether the gate originally stood as a freestanding ceremonial entrance the way it's displayed today, or whether it was once integrated into a larger wall or structure that has since been lost or dismantled. Pinning down that original placement matters because it would clarify whether the carved figures were meant to be read in sequence as you walked through the gate, which would support the calendar theory, or experienced more as a unified devotional image, which points toward a primarily religious function. So, the Gate of the Sun isn't a monument without an explanation. It's a monument whose explanation is still being refined, piece by piece, through the same careful comparative work that placed it firmly within a real, traceable Andean religious tradition rather than outside of human history altogether. The mystery was never who carved it. It's what exactly those 48 figures were counting, and toward what. 2. A3 condensator. In 1953, American forces deployed an artillery cannon in Germany capable of firing a nuclear warhead from a standard towed gun, a weapon designed to let a tactical commander call in a nuclear strike with the same kind of order normally reserved for conventional artillery. Soviet military planners saw the development and reacted within months. Their answer wasn't a comparable weapon. It was something almost cartoonishly larger, a self-propelled gun firing a shell over 16 inches in diameter, mounted on a tank chassis that turned the entire vehicle into one of the largest pieces of mobile artillery ever built by any nation. The weapon worked, conceptually, exactly like conventional artillery, just scaled up to a size that strained the limits of what a vehicle could physically carry and still move under its own power. A massive 406mm gun barrel sat mounted on a heavily modified tank hull, with the entire chassis built specifically to support the recoil forces and sheer weight of a weapon this size. Where a standard towed cannon needed a static firing position and a dedicated crew to load each round, this version was meant to roll into position, fire, and relocate before an enemy could target it in return, turning a weapon class normally associated with fixed, semi-permanent positions into something that could theoretically keep pace with an advancing or retreating army. The entire program existed to answer one strategic fear directly. If a tactical nuclear exchange broke out on European soil, whichever side could deliver a nuclear strike fastest, and from the most survivable platform, held a decisive advantage in the opening hours of the conflict. A self-propelled gun that could fire a nuclear round and then immediately move, rather than sitting exposed and waiting to be struck by counter-battery fire, solved a problem that towed nuclear artillery, including the American design that had prompted the entire Soviet response, hadn't solved nearly as well. Only a handful of these vehicles were ever built, and almost as soon as they entered limited service, the strategic ground underneath the entire program began to shift. Guided missiles, smaller, lighter, and far more accurate than artillery shells, were advancing fast enough to make a nuclear-capable cannon look increasingly like a solution to yesterday's problem. A missile didn't need to physically transport an enormous gun barrel into position at all, didn't expose a slow-moving vehicle to enemy fire, and could strike targets at distances no artillery piece, however large, could ever hope to reach. By the early 1960s, the entire concept of nuclear artillery delivered through gun-fired shells was being quietly phased out across the Soviet military in favor of missile-based tactical nuclear systems, a transition mirrored almost exactly by the American military's own shift away from its atomic cannon around the same time. The weapon that had been rushed into development specifically to match an American capability became obsolete within roughly a decade, not because it failed to work, but because an entirely different delivery method made the entire category of weapon it belonged to unnecessary. What survives today is largely confined to museum collections and military history archives. Photographs of an almost absurdly oversized self-propelled gun that, for a brief window in the 1950s, represented the cutting edge of tactical nuclear deterrence. It remains one of the most visually striking artifacts of an arms race that, in this particular instance, ended not with a dramatic confrontation, but with both sides quietly agreeing the entire weapon category had already been outpaced by something smaller, faster, and far less conspicuous rolling across a battlefield. The vehicle's sheer scale created problems that had nothing to do with its strategic purpose at all. Moving something this large and heavy across ordinary roads and bridges strained infrastructure never designed to support a load of that weight, and the gun's recoil was powerful enough that engineers had to reinforce the chassis far beyond what a standard tank hull could normally withstand. Soviet crews reportedly found the vehicle difficult to maneuver and slow to reposition compared to what its designers had originally promised, undercutting the central advantage, mobility, that had justified building something this size in the first place. A weapon meant to outrun the vulnerability of static artillery ended up only marginally more mobile than the towed guns it was supposed to replace. One more quiet reason the entire concept didn't survive the decade. The thought amplifier. In 1942, at a neurological research institute in Leipzig, operating under partial SS funding, a team of physicists and brain surgeons, led by a neurologist named Dr. Wilhelm Kroger, began developing a device designed to detect, amplify, and externally project the electrical activity of the human brain in real time. The project, referred to in surviving documentation as the Gedankenverstärker, meaning thought amplifier, was built on the premise that human cognitive activity produced measurable electromagnetic signals that could be captured, strengthened, and transmitted to external receivers, allowing one person's mental state, intentions, or commands to be read and acted upon without any verbal or physical communication. The human brain generates electrical activity continuously. Every thought, decision, and sensory experience produces patterns of electrochemical signals passing between neurons at measurable frequencies. Those signals produce a weak but detectable electromagnetic field extending slightly beyond the skull, which can be recorded using electrodes placed on the scalp in a process called electroencephalography, or EEG. EEG had been in clinical use since the 1920s and was well understood by German neurologists of the period. Its fundamental limitation was signal strength. The electromagnetic field produced by neural activity is extraordinarily faint by the time it reaches the scalp surface, and the information it carries is buried within noise that 1940s amplification technology struggled to separate into meaningful data. Kroger's device addressed that limitation through a combination of contact electrode arrays placed directly against the scalp at higher density than standard EEG configurations, a multi-stage vacuum tube amplification system capable of boosting the captured signal by several orders of magnitude without proportionally amplifying the surrounding noise, and a frequency filtering mechanism the team had developed to isolate specific neural signal bands associated with particular categories of cognitive activity. The amplified and filtered output was then transmitted via a short-range radio link to a receiving station, where a trained interpreter could read the signal patterns against a reference library of neural signatures the team had compiled through extensive baseline testing on volunteer subjects. The system did not translate thoughts into language. It identified categories of cognitive and emotional state, intention to act, fear response, deceptive mental activity, focused concentration, and involuntary stress reactions with sufficient reliability to be operationally useful for interrogation and command applications. Military applications. The SS division overseeing the project had identified included interrogation of prisoners without requiring verbal responses, detection of deceptive or concealed intentions in individuals being assessed for security clearance, and eventually the development of a command interface allowing trained operators to issue instructions to personnel or equipment through amplified neural signals rather than verbal or physical commands. Testing on volunteer and non-volunteer subjects was conducted between 1942 and 1944. The project documentation captured by Allied forces described measurable success in the cognitive state identification applications, but noted that the translation of specific thoughts or intentions into actionable intelligence remained beyond the system's capability with available technology. Kroger and two senior members of the research team were among the scientists processed through Allied intelligence programs following Germany's surrender. Their subsequent research assignments within American neurological and defense research institutions were classified. The original Gedankenverstärker hardware was removed from the Leipzig facility by Soviet forces in April 1945 and has not been publicly accounted for since. The Tesla consciousness lens. In 1893, while conducting high-frequency electrical experiments in his New York laboratory, Nikola Tesla became convinced that a definite image formed in thought must by reflex action produce a corresponding image on the retina. He believed that image could be captured and projected onto a screen for any observer to examine, and he believed that if it could, every thought a person had could be read like a book by anyone with access to the apparatus. The device Tesla envisioned worked in 3 stages. First, a precisely calibrated light source would illuminate the retina of a subject whose thoughts were being read. Second, the reflected image produced by the thought forming behind the retina would be captured using photographic methods already available in conventional photography of the period, the same silver-based emulsion processes used in portrait studios and scientific documentation across Europe and America. Third, that captured image would be projected onto a screen or photographic plate for examination in real time, allowing any observer present in the room to see exactly what the subject was thinking at the moment of capture. Tesla's theoretical framework rested on his understanding of the brain as an electromagnetic system, with individual thoughts producing field effects that extended beyond the skull and interacted with the physical environment in measurable ways. The retina, as the brain's direct optical interface with the external world, was in his view the most accessible point at which thought-generated imagery could be intercepted and recorded without any surgical intervention or direct contact with the brain itself. The apparatus required to do this, Tesla argued, did not demand any technology that did not already exist in some form. It required only the correct understanding of what the retina was doing at the moment of thought formation, and the construction of an instrument sensitive enough to read that process from outside the eye. In a 1933 interview published in the Kansas City Journal-Post, he told reporters that a perfect apparatus of this kind could be built, and that if successful, the objects imagined by a person would be clearly reflected on a screen as they formed, making every thought of the individual an open book to any observer present in the room. He added that our minds would then indeed be like open books, a phrase that has been cited in discussions of mind-reading technology ever since. Tesla discussed the concept publicly on multiple occasions throughout the 1930s, but never published technical specifications, never filed a patent, and never demonstrated a working prototype of any kind. The practical challenge he was describing, isolating the electromagnetic signature of an individual, thought from the background noise of all other neural activity, and translating it into a recoverable visual image, is one that neuroscience is still actively working toward today. Brain-computer interface programs at institutions including MIT, Caltech, and DARPA have developed systems capable of reconstructing rudimentary visual imagery from neural signals captured through electrode arrays placed on or near the brain, using sophisticated mathematical models of how the retina converts images into electrical impulses that travel up the optic nerve. The images reconstructed by those systems remain crude and low resolution compared to Tesla's vision of projecting a complete and detailed thought onto a screen in real time, but the fundamental direction of the research is exactly the one Tesla described 4 decades before the first electronic computer existed, and nearly a century before brain-computer interfaces became a recognized field of scientific inquiry. The notebooks from Tesla's later experimental periods, which might have contained more developed thinking on the consciousness lens concept, were among the documents seized by the United States Office of Alien Property Custodian within days of his death in January 1943. A substantial portion of those materials were eventually returned to his estate after extended legal proceedings. Others were retained by government agencies and classified without any public disclosure of their contents. Which category the thought photography research fell into has never been confirmed by any institution currently holding Tesla's archived materials. What Tesla described in that 1933 interview was a device that would make the interior of the human mind fully visible to any outside observer with access to the apparatus, without the subject's knowledge, without surgical intervention, and without any means of resistance or concealment. Every memory, every imagined image, and every thought forming in the real time projected onto a screen for examination and recording. The implications of that capability for privacy, for interrogation, for the legal concept of a right to silence, and for the fundamental nature of individual consciousness are significant enough that the question of what Tesla's classified notebooks actually contain has never been seriously pressed by any public institution in the 8 decades since they were taken from his laboratory. The anti-gravity device. In 1956, at the Gravity Research Foundation in New Boston, New Hampshire, a physicist and former aircraft engineer named Thomas Townsend Brown published findings from 2 decades of experimental work suggesting that a sufficiently strong electrical field applied across an asymmetric capacitor could produce a directional mechanical force independent of any conventional propulsion mechanism. Brown called the effect electrogravitics. The United States military called it interesting enough to fund. Several major aerospace manufacturers called it the most significant propulsion concept of the 20th century. Then, within a few years, every public reference to the research disappeared from the official record entirely. Gravity is the weakest of the 4 fundamental forces of nature, but the most pervasive. Every object with mass exerts a gravitational pull on every other object with mass, and that pull cannot be blocked, redirected, or neutralized by any material or technology currently known to science. Conventional flight overcomes gravity through lift, the aerodynamic force generated when a wing moves through air at sufficient speed, or through thrust, the reactive force produced by expelling mass in the opposite direction of desired travel. Both methods require continuous energy expenditure to maintain altitude. A technology capable of directly interacting with or counteracting gravitational force would eliminate that requirement entirely, producing lift without wings, thrust without propellant, and flight without the fundamental constraints that have defined aerospace engineering since its beginning. Brown's experiments centered on a device he called a gravitator, consisting of 2 conductive plates of different sizes separated by a dielectric material and connected to a high-voltage electrical source. When voltage was applied, Brown observed that the device produced a mechanical force in the direction of the positively charged plate, independent of the surrounding medium, present in both air and vacuum conditions. The asymmetry of the plates was critical. Symmetric capacitors produced no such effect. Brown argued that the electrical field interacting with the dielectric material was creating a localized distortion in the gravitational field surrounding the device, generating a directional force that conventional electromagnetic theory could not fully account for. Between 1953 and 1956, Brown conducted a series of demonstrations for United States Navy and Air Force representatives in which disc-shaped electrogravitic devices, tethered to a central pole, flew circular paths at speeds he reported as exceeding 1,800 kilometers per hour. The demonstrations were conducted under controlled conditions and witnessed by military and aerospace personnel. Reports filed following those demonstrations described the results as unexpected and warranting serious investigation. Aviation Studies International, a British aerospace consultancy, published a report in 1956 stating that every major American aerospace manufacturer had active electrogravitics research programs underway, and that the technology was considered a primary candidate for the propulsion systems of future high-performance aircraft. By 1957, every one of those programs had vanished from public documentation. Aviation Studies International published no further reports on the subject. Brown's research funding was withdrawn. The physicist relocated to France and continued experiments privately with European funding before that support also ended. Attempts to obtain information about the military's electrogravitics research through Freedom of Information's requests have produced heavily redacted documents acknowledging the existence of a program, but providing no technical content. Former aerospace engineers who worked in advanced propulsion research during the late 1950s have given interviews describing electrogravitics as a genuine and actively pursued technology that was reclassified at the highest level of secrecy following results that were never made public. Brown died in 1985. The original gravitator devices are not in any public collection. The technical documentation from the military demonstration program has never been declassified. Independent researchers who have replicated Brown's basic capacitor experiments confirm the existence of a thrust effect under high voltage conditions, but debate whether the force produced represents a genuine interaction with gravity or a more conventional ionic wind effect that does not persist in a true vacuum. That specific question, the one that would settle whether Brown had found something genuinely new, has never been answered by any publicly available controlled experiment. The research that might have answered it was removed from public science before the answer could be established. The eternal battery. In the early 1900s, a small electrical components manufacturer in Vienna, Austria, began producing a battery unlike anything the industry had seen before. The device, built by a company called the Viennese firm of Wollaston, and later studied extensively by physicists across Europe, produced a continuous low-level electrical current without any measurable energy input, and without any detectable chemical change in its internal components. Researchers who examined it could not explain where the energy was coming from. More than a century later, several of these batteries are still producing current in laboratories today. A conventional battery generates electricity through a chemical reaction. Two electrodes made of different materials are submerged in a chemical solution called an electrolyte. A reaction occurs between the electrodes and the electrolyte. Electrons flow from one electrode to the other through an external circuit, and that flow of electrons is what we call electrical current. Every conventional battery has a finite lifespan because the chemical reaction consumes the materials involved. Once those materials are exhausted, the reaction stops and the battery is dead. The fundamental rule governing this process is thermodynamic. Energy cannot be created from nothing, and every battery is simply a stored chemical energy reservoir being gradually depleted. The batteries that emerged from Vienna appeared to violate that rule entirely. The most studied example is a device known as the Oxford Electric Bell, built around 1840 and still operating today at the Clarendon Laboratory at the University of Oxford, making it the longest-running electrical experiment in history. The bell is powered by two dry-pile batteries, a type of early battery constructed from thousands of thin alternating discs of metal and treated paper, stacked in a precise sequence and sealed with sulfur to protect them from moisture. The stack generates a small but persistent electrical potential across its terminals. That potential drives a tiny metal ball to swing between two bells, ticking back and forth continuously for over 175 years without interruption. The composition of the internal discs has never been fully analyzed because opening the battery would destroy the experiment. Researchers have proposed several theories to explain its longevity. Some suggest the sulfur seal creates an extraordinarily stable low-humidity environment that slows chemical degradation to nearly imperceptible rates. Others propose that the energy source is not purely chemical, but involves contact potential, a phenomenon where two dissimilar metals in contact generate a persistent electrical difference without undergoing conventional chemical change. A third theory suggests the discs may incorporate materials whose identity has been lost, possibly including elements or compounds that the original manufacturer never publicly documented. Similar long-lived batteries appeared in other parts of Europe during the same period. Several were studied and documented by physicists who could not account for their behavior within the known framework of electrochemistry. Attempts to reverse engineer the Oxford Electric Bell without dismantling it have produced incomplete results. Imaging techniques have revealed the internal structure of the stack, but have not conclusively identified the disc composition, or confirmed which physical mechanism is responsible for sustaining the current. The battery industry that developed through the 20th century was built on the principle of planned consumption. Batteries deplete, consumers replace them, and the cycle generates continuous commercial demand. A battery that lasted indefinitely would not fit inside that model. Whether the technology behind devices like the Oxford electric bell was ever fully understood, and whether that understanding was pursued or quietly set aside, is a question the surviving documentation does not answer. What is certain is that the bell is still ringing, the current is still flowing, and nobody has yet offered a complete explanation for why. The emotion field recorder. In 1940, in a laboratory in Forest Hills, New York, an Austrian psychoanalyst and physician named Wilhelm Reich completed construction of a device he called the orgone accumulator. Reich had spent the previous decade developing a theory that human emotion was not merely a psychological phenomenon, but a physical one, generated by a measurable biological energy he called orgone that permeated the human body, the atmosphere, and the universe itself. The accumulator was designed to concentrate that energy, record its effects on living organisms, and demonstrate that emotional states had a quantifiable physical reality that existing science was refusing to measure. The orgone accumulator was built in layers, alternating organic materials such as wood or wool with metallic materials such as steel or aluminum. Reich's theoretical framework held that organic materials attracted and absorbed orgone energy from the surrounding environment, while metallic materials reflected and contained it. A box, constructed by alternating these two material types, would therefore draw orgone inward through the organic layers and prevent it from escaping through the metallic ones, creating a concentrated field of organ energy inside the enclosure. A person sitting inside the accumulator would be immersed in that concentrated field, and the increased organ charge absorbed by the body would stimulate the biological energy system, boosting immune function, accelerating healing, and restoring the energetic vitality that Reich believed emotional suppression and psychological trauma had depleted. He also developed a smaller version called the orgone blanket, constructed on the same alternating layer principle, that could be wrapped around specific areas of the body for targeted treatment. To measure orgone concentration, Reich built a separate instrument called the orgonoscope, a device using a specially prepared optical tube that he claimed made the bluish luminescence of concentrated orgone energy directly visible to the observer. Reich believed that the orgone charge in the human biological system expressed itself directly as emotion and sexuality, and that a person's overall vitality was a measurable function of their orgone charge level and the freedom with which that charge could pulsate and discharge through the body. Emotional suppression, he argued, created what he called body armoring, chronic muscular tension patterns that blocked orgone flow and produced both psychological neurosis and physical disease. The accumulator provided a means of measuring that charge by observing the physiological and psychological responses of subjects sitting inside it. Responses Reich documented across hundreds of clinical sessions and published in a series of books and scientific papers throughout the 1940s. Reich wrote to Albert Einstein in 1940, describing the theoretical basis of orgone energy and the accumulator. Einstein agreed to test the device and met with Reich at his Princeton home in 1941, where they discussed the findings for several hours. Einstein subsequently concluded that the temperature differential Reich had observed inside the accumulator, which Reich cited as evidence of orgone concentration, was explained by convection currents in the air rather than by any novel energy field. Reich disputed this conclusion and continued his research. In 1947, the United States Food and Drug Administration began investigating Reich's activities. In 1954, the FDA obtained a court injunction ordering Reich to stop distributing orgone accumulators and to destroy his publications describing them. When Reich violated that injunction, he was arrested in 1956 and sentenced to 2 years in federal prison. He died in Lewisburg Federal Penitentiary in November 1957 before completing his sentence. Following his death, FDA agents oversaw the destruction of tons of his published books, journals, and research papers, and physically smashed his laboratory equipment. The orgonoscope, the accumulator prototypes, and the instrumentation Reich had used to measure orgone concentration were destroyed. Whether the FDA's actions represented a legitimate regulatory response to fraudulent medical claims or the systematic elimination of a body of research that threatened established medical and pharmaceutical interests has been debated by researchers ever since. The books that were burned included works on psychoanalysis and political theory that had nothing to do with orgone energy and no conceivable public health justification for destruction. The magnetic viewing device. In 1941, at an optics and instrumentation laboratory operated by the Carl Zeiss Foundation in Jena, Germany, a team of optical physicists and electrical engineers began developing a surveillance instrument designed to detect and visualize objects concealed behind non-metallic barriers, using the interaction between controlled magnetic fields and the trace metallic content present in all physical matter. The project, referenced in surviving Carl Zeiss internal documentation as the magnetisches Sichtgerät, meaning magnetic viewing device, was designed to give German military and intelligence personnel the ability to see through walls, buried fortifications, concealed weapons caches, and camouflaged equipment without physical contact or excavation. Conventional surveillance and detection technology of the Second World War era relied on direct line-of-sight observation, aerial photography, or acoustic detection. Each method had fundamental limitations. Line-of-sight observation could be defeated by any solid barrier. Aerial photography could not penetrate underground installations or heavily camouflaged surface positions. Acoustic detection worked only for moving or mechanically active targets. A device capable of imaging through solid non-metallic barriers would have provided German military intelligence with a detection capability that no existing Allied concealment method could defeat. The operating principle the Jena team developed was based on the behavior of ferromagnetic particles, microscopic fragments of iron and other magnetic materials present in trace quantities in virtually all physical matter, including soil, concrete, timber, and human tissue. When a precisely shaped external magnetic field is projected through a barrier, the ferromagnetic particles within and beyond that barrier respond by aligning with the field and producing their own secondary magnetic emissions. By measuring the spatial distribution and intensity variations in those secondary emissions, using a sensitive array of detection coils positioned on the observation side of the barrier, the device could construct a two-dimensional map of the magnetic density variations on the far side, revealing the outlines and relative positions of objects whose ferromagnetic content differed from their surroundings. A buried ammunition cache, a concealed firearm, a reinforced concrete bunker wall, or a human body lying behind a timber partition would each produce a characteristic magnetic density signature detectable by the array without any physical intrusion through the barrier. Development proceeded through laboratory prototype construction and controlled testing between 1941 and 1943. Test results documented in the surviving Carl Zeiss records described successful imaging of metallic objects through timber and brick barriers at distances of up to 3 meters with sufficient resolution to distinguish object outlines and estimate mass. Testing against reinforced concrete barriers produced weaker but still detectable signatures at reduced distances. The research team submitted a proposal for field trial units to be evaluated by military intelligence units operating on the Eastern Front in late 1943. The proposal was approved, but the field trial units were never delivered. Allied strategic bombing of German industrial facilities beginning in 1943 severely disrupted Carl Zeiss production capacity, and the Jena facility sustained significant damage in 1944 that halted all non-essential research programs. Personnel were reassigned to optical weapons site production, which held higher procurement priority. The magnetisches Sichtgerät program was formally suspended in early 1945. American forces entered Jena in April 1945 and removed a substantial volume of Carl Zeiss technical documentation and laboratory equipment. A portion of that material was assessed by scientific intelligence teams and classified. Ground-penetrating radar technology, which uses electromagnetic pulse reflection rather than magnetic field interaction to image subsurface objects, was developed independently by American researchers in the 1960s and entered wide military and civilian use by the 1980s. Whether the magnetic viewing approach the Jena team developed represented a genuinely distinct and potentially superior detection methodology has never been evaluated in any publicly available post-war research program. The SPP-1 underwater pistol. In April 1956, a British Royal Navy diver slipped into the harbor at Portsmouth to inspect the hull of a visiting Soviet cruiser and never resurfaced. 14 months later, his body washed ashore, missing its head and hands. Officially, no one ever explained what happened. Unofficially, decades later, a former Soviet frogman told reporters he had killed the diver with a knife, because a knife was the only weapon either of them had available underwater. The Soviet Navy looked at that gap, a combat encounter fought entirely with blades because nothing else worked beneath the surface, and decided to close it permanently. The pistol that resulted worked by abandoning almost everything that makes a normal gun function on land. Conventional bullets tumble and stall almost instantly in water, losing nearly all their velocity within a few feet, which makes them useless for anything but point-blank range. Soviet engineers solved that problem with a long, slender steel projectile, shaped to generate a thin envelope of vapor around its own tip as it traveled, the same supercavitation principle that let other Soviet weapons move faster through water than physics seemed to allow. That bubble dramatically reduced drag, letting the projectile fly true underwater, across distances a normal bullet couldn't dream of reaching, at the cost of being almost completely unstable and inaccurate the moment it left the water and hit open air. The gun itself held 4 smoothbore barrels in a square cluster that broke open like an old hunting shotgun for reloading, firing each barrel in sequence with a single trigger pull. Soviet naval planners pushed the project forward specifically because frogman versus frogman encounters, quiet, deniable, and almost impossible to verify afterward, had become a real and recurring feature of Cold War naval intelligence work. Combat divers were being used for reconnaissance, sabotage, and inspection of enemy ships in harbor, and any diver who ran into an opposing diver during one of those missions had, until this point, nothing better than a blade to rely on. Research into the underlying ammunition began in 1966. Design work followed 2 years later, and the finished weapon entered Soviet naval service in March 1971, giving combat swimmers their first real firearm built specifically for use below the surface. The weapon's design accounted for conditions no ordinary sidearm ever had to consider. Every component was built from corrosion-resistant materials, specifically chosen to survive prolonged exposure to salt water, and the trigger guard was deliberately oversized to accommodate the thick, padded gloves divers wore in cold water, where ordinary trigger guards would have been impossible to operate with numb, glove-covered fingers. Its effective range underwater stretched to roughly 17 meters, more than enough to neutralize an approaching diver, an underwater saboteur, or, according to later Soviet design documents, even a trained animal deployed by an adversary navy for harbor defense. The weapon proved capable enough that Soviet engineers immediately adapted the same underlying technology into something larger. Within a few years, the same lead designer built a fully automatic underwater rifle using the identical dart and cavitation principle, giving combat divers sustained firepower rather than 4 single shots before needing to reload. That successor weapon went on to see use protecting far more than routine harbor patrols, reportedly guarding the waters around a diplomatic summit between an American president and a Soviet premier years later, proof that a weapon born out of one unexplained Cold War death had become, within 2 decades, a standard tool of underwater statecraft. The American response arrived within a few years, once intelligence agencies confirmed the Soviets had genuinely fielded a working underwater sidearm. Engineers in the United States developed their own version using a different mechanical approach, housing each dart inside its own sealed, disposable tube that doubled as a barrel, an arrangement that made the weapon notably quieter when fired, but required swapping an entire magazine cylinder rather than simply breaking the gun open to reload. Despite the different engineering philosophy, the underlying problem both nations were solving remained identical, and to this day, only a small handful of countries have ever successfully fielded a purpose-built firearm meant to function underwater rather than merely tolerate getting wet. The Fuente Magna Bowl. In a small village near the southern shore of Lake Titicaca, a farmer plowing his field sometime around the 1950s reportedly unearthed a large, heavy stone bowl. It eventually made its way into a national museum, where it sits today. A green stone basin covered in carved figures and rows of unfamiliar symbols running around its rim and interior. At first glance, It looks like it belongs to local tradition. Look closer at the engraved script, though, and things get strange. Several researchers have pointed out that the symbols bear a striking resemblance to cuneiform, the wedge-shaped writing system developed in ancient Mesopotamia thousands of years before any known contact with the Americas. Along with a carved figure, some have compared to a Mesopotamian goddess of love and war. That resemblance is the entire engine behind the bowl's online fame. If a genuinely ancient artifact bearing real Mesopotamian script turned up in pre-Columbian South America, it would upend the accepted timeline of contact between the two hemispheres entirely, suggesting transoceanic travel and cultural exchange thousands of years earlier than any currently accepted evidence supports. That's exactly the claim that's circulated for years in diffusionist and alternative history circles, sometimes folded into broader theories about the region being a forgotten hub of ancient global civilization, the same general orbit as other nearby megalithic sites known for fueling fringe speculation. The problem starts with the most basic archaeological standard there is: context. The bowl was never recovered through a controlled, documented excavation. There's no verified stratigraphic layer, no associated artifacts that could help date it, no excavation report from a credentialed archaeological team establishing when or how it actually entered the ground. Everything about its discovery rests on secondhand farmer testimony from decades ago, which means the single most important question, how old is this object and where exactly did it come from, has never been answered using the methods archaeology actually relies on to establish authenticity. That gap matters even more once you look closely at the inscriptions themselves. Specialists in actual cuneiform, a writing system that's been studied and cataloged in exhaustive detail for well over a century, have noted that the signs on the bowl don't cleanly match attested sign lists. Some symbols resemble cuneiform loosely. Others look more like an earlier pictographic stage of writing, and the overall script reads as an inconsistent mixture rather than a coherent, internally consistent system from any single known period. That kind of inconsistency is exactly what you'd expect from a modern forger working from reference images without deep training in the actual evolution of the script, copying the general visual style without reproducing the grammar and sign conventions a genuine ancient scribe would have used automatically. No rigorous independent dating has ever been published either. There's no peer-reviewed thermoluminescence testing on the stone, no controlled mineralogical analysis tying the material to a specific known quarry or era, nothing beyond visual inspection and translation attempts, several of which disagree significantly with each other on what the inscriptions even say. Self-published translations have proposed wildly different readings, which is itself a red flag. A genuine, consistent ancient text should produce broadly compatible translations among qualified linguists working independently. Wide disagreement usually signals that the script isn't a real, structured language being translated so much as a collection of symbols being interpreted creatively after the fact. None of this proves the bowl is definitely a forgery. That's the part that often gets lost in both the breathless promotional version of this story and the dismissive debunking of it. Without controlled excavation records or modern archaeometric dating, mainstream archaeology hasn't definitively closed the case either way. It's simply withheld judgment because the bowl has never been subjected to the testing that would actually settle the question. What's genuinely missing isn't proof of fraud. It's proof of anything at all, the kind of rigorous, independently verifiable analysis that separates a real archaeological mystery from an unverified curiosity sitting in a museum case. So, the real story of the Fuente Magna Bowl isn't a secret history of ancient transoceanic contact. It's a story about how an artifact can sit in a national museum for decades, generate endless speculation, and never once receive the basic scientific testing that could tell us definitively what it actually is. The X-22. In 1962, the United States Navy issued a request that no aircraft manufacturer had ever fully solved. They wanted a single aircraft capable of taking off and landing straight up like a helicopter, then transitioning seamlessly into fast-forward flight like a conventional airplane. Bell had already spent the better part of a decade chasing variations of this concept through a string of design studies that never reached production until they were finally given a contract to build 2 research aircraft to test the configuration properly. What emerged was internally designated the D-2127. The Navy gave it a new name entirely. 3-blade propellers were mounted on 4 wings and, synchronized through a wave interconnection system, were connected to 4 gas turbines mounted in pairs on the rear wings. Each engine was housed inside a circular shroud called a ducted fan, the same fundamental principle that powered earlier flying platform experiments but scaled up dramatically and engineered for genuine forward flight rather than slow hovering. Each pair of engines was connected to a gearbox, which was in turn connected to a transmission shaft that drove the rear propellers. This shaft also powered a second gearbox, which powered the forward propellers, meaning all 4 engines provided power to all 4 propellers simultaneously, and the aircraft could fly on only 3 engines if one failed entirely. Takeoff could occur with the propellers tilted vertically upwards for a true vertical launch, or on a short runway, with the nacelles tilted forward for a shorter takeoff roll that traded vertical capability for reduced engine strain. Maneuvering was achieved entirely by tilting the propeller blades in combination with elevators and ailerons, positioned directly in the thrust stream of the propellers, meaning the aircraft had no conventional control surfaces operating independently of the engines. A year and a half of static ground testing preceded the first flight, a brief hover test that exceeded what engineers had expected from a configuration this mechanically complex. In contrast to other tilt-rotor aircraft, transitions between hovering and horizontal flight succeeded nearly immediately. The program nearly ended before it began. The first prototype was damaged beyond repair following a hard landing caused by a hydraulic system failure. The test pilot described the failed propeller control as the only non-redundant component in the entire power chain, the single point of failure in an aircraft engineered with redundancy everywhere else. Technicians stripped the wrecked prototype for components to keep the second aircraft flight capable, and the salvaged fuselage continued serving as a ground simulator for years afterward. The second aircraft was equipped with a variable flight control and stabilizer system from Cornell Aeronautical Laboratory, which meaningfully improved its flight performance. Although the ducted fan propeller configuration was considered usable and the aircraft was regarded as the best of its type at the time, it would not appear on another U.S. military aircraft until the F-35B, decades later. The program was ultimately canceled, and the required top speed was never reached. The promise of higher static thrust efficiency that ducted propellers offered was offset by the additional weight and drag the large ducts created during cruise flight, consuming much of the aircraft's payload capability in the process. The surviving aircraft kept flying for almost 2 decades after it first proved the concept could work. The second prototype is on permanent display at the Niagara Aerospace Museum in New York. The machine that proved a single airframe could genuinely hover and then race forward at speed sat in storage and museum display for decades, while the rest of military aviation quietly waited for the technology to catch up to what had already been demonstrated. The Antikythera mechanism. In 1900, a group of sponge divers sheltering from a storm off the Greek island of Antikythera discovered a shipwreck on the seafloor at a depth of 45 meters. Among the bronze statues, marble sculptures, jewelry, and amphorae they recovered was a corroded lump of bronze roughly the size of a shoebox that nobody paid much attention to initially. When the lump split apart the following year, researchers saw gears inside. Precisely machined, interlocking bronze gears of a complexity that the ancient world was not supposed to be capable of producing. The object sitting in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens has since been identified as the world's first analog computer, and it remains the most sophisticated mechanical device known from antiquity by a margin of over 1,000 years. The Antikythera mechanism, built sometime between the late 2nd century and early 1st century BCE, is understood as the world's first analog computer, created to accurately calculate the position of the sun, moon, and planets. Before its discovery, ancient Greek gears were thought to be restricted to crude wheels in windmills and watermills. The Antikythera mechanism, with its precision gears bearing teeth about 1 millimeter long, is completely unlike anything from the ancient world. The level of miniaturization involved in its construction, bronze gear teeth measuring approximately 1 millimeter in length, fitted together with sufficient precision to transmit motion accurately across a train of over 30 interlocking components required tools and techniques whose existence left no other trace in the archaeological record of the ancient Mediterranean world. Comprised of at least 82 fragments, the mechanism features a complex arrangement of gears and dials allowing users to predict celestial movements, lunar phases, eclipses, and even important athletic events like the Olympics. The device was operated by turning a hand crank that set the entire gear train in motion simultaneously. The front face displayed the positions of the Sun, Moon, and 5 known planets against the zodiac calendar. The back face carried 2 large spiral dials, one tracking a 19-year cycle that reconciled the solar and lunar calendars, and one tracking a 223-month cycle used to predict eclipses with sufficient accuracy to be operationally useful across decades of use. The builders knew the Moon's orbit was not a perfect circle, and that it speeds up and slows down. To account for this, they used a system of epicyclic gearing, where one gear orbits on the center of another. This pin and slot mechanism ingeniously mimics the variable speed of the Moon. That solution to the problem of modeling an elliptical orbit through mechanical gearing represents a level of mathematical and engineering sophistication that European clockmakers did not independently achieve until the 14th century, more than 1,000 years after the Antikythera mechanism was built and lost on the seafloor. Evidence uncovered using X-rays discovered that the mechanism mapped the orbits of all the planets known to the ancient Greeks. After considerable struggle, researchers managed to match evidence in the surviving fragments to a mechanism for Venus which exactly models its 462-year planetary period relation, with a 63-tooth gear playing a crucial role. The inscriptions covering the device's surfaces, partially deciphered through advanced imaging technology, include what appears to be a user manual describing the device's functions and operation in Koine Greek. Cicero, writing in the 1st century BCE, mentions a similar device built by Posidonius of Rhodes, which showed the motions of the Sun, stars, and Moon, raising the possibility that the Antikythera mechanism was not unique, but one of several such devices produced in the ancient Mediterranean world. No other machine of such complexity dating back that far has ever been found, the technology having been lost until the late medieval era. The shipwreck that carried the mechanism to the seafloor has been excavated multiple times, including by Jacques Cousteau, without recovering additional fragments. Less than half of the original device has been accounted for, and the rest may remain on the seafloor or may have disintegrated entirely over 2,000 years of submersion. A particular challenge in reconstructing the full mechanism is the system of nested tubes that carried the astronomical outputs, something researchers admit will be difficult to replicate even with modern technology. The civilization that produced it left no workshop records, no technical drawings, and no apprentice tradition that survived into the following centuries. The Antikythera mechanism is the only object of its kind ever recovered, and the knowledge required to build it vanished so completely that for over 1,000 years, nobody knew such a thing had ever been possible. The GMEV1. In 1996, under carefully managed publicity and a rare mood of genuine optimism inside the American automotive industry, General Motors released the EV1, the first mass-produced electric vehicle to come from a major car manufacturer in the modern era. The car was aerodynamically advanced, capable of a range of up to 100 miles on a single charge, and required no gasoline, produced no direct emissions, and ran on electric motors so smooth and responsive that drivers consistently described the experience as unlike anything else on the road at the time. An electric vehicle operates on fundamentally different mechanical principles than a combustion engine car. A conventional car burns refined fossil fuel inside controlled explosions that drive pistons, turning a crankshaft through a transmission system containing dozens of moving parts that require regular maintenance and a continuous supply of liquid fuel. An electric vehicle replaces all of that with a battery pack, an electric motor, and a control system. The motor converts electrical energy directly into rotational mechanical force with an efficiency that combustion engines cannot approach. Fewer moving parts means less wear, less maintenance, and dramatically lower operating costs over the vehicle's lifetime. For city driving in particular, where frequent acceleration and deceleration cycles punish combustion engines most severely, the electric motor's advantage was substantial. the EV1 was not a concept car or a limited experiment. General Motors invested heavily in the supporting infrastructure required to make it viable, installing charging stations across California and Arizona and training dealership staff to support the vehicles. The car used regenerative braking, a system that recovers kinetic energy during deceleration and returns it to the battery rather than losing it as heat, extending range and reducing wear on mechanical braking components simultaneously. Later versions upgraded to nickel metal hydride batteries, pushing range beyond 100 miles and addressing the primary criticism drivers had raised about the first generation. Waiting lists for new leases developed. Existing lessees expressed strong desire to purchase their vehicles outright. General Motors had structured every EV1 agreement as a lease-only arrangement, meaning no customer was ever permitted to own one. By 2002, the company had begun systematically repossessing every EV1 on the road. Customers who offered to buy their vehicles at full market value were refused. Legal challenges were dismissed and every appeal denied. The repossessed cars were transported to a secured facility in the Arizona desert and crushed. A small number were preserved for museum display, but rendered permanently inoperable, their drive systems removed before donation. No safety recall was ever issued. No mechanical defect was ever cited. The official explanation combined references to limited consumer demand, battery technology constraints, and the high cost of maintaining a separate service infrastructure. Documents that emerged subsequently revealed that General Motors had engaged in a sustained lobbying campaign to persuade the California Air Resources Board to roll back its zero-emission vehicle mandate, the regulation that had originally compelled manufacturers to develop electric vehicles as a condition of selling cars in California. That mandate was weakened in 2003. Internal analysis also revealed concerns that electric vehicles, requiring fewer replacement parts and less frequent servicing than combustion engine cars, would structurally undermine the dealership service revenue model the industry depended on. Chris Payne's 2006 documentary, Who Killed the Electric Car?, presented the accumulated evidence and named the interests that had most to gain from the EV1's disappearance. A working mass-produced electric vehicle existed in 1996, attracted devoted users, and was destroyed by the company that built it. What changed between its creation and its demolition was not the technology. The soul-weight balance. In 1907, in a small medical facility in Haverhill, Massachusetts, a physician named Duncan McDougall placed a dying tuberculosis patient on a specially constructed industrial scale and waited. The scale was sensitive enough to detect fractions of an ounce. McDougall had spent years designing it for a single purpose. He wanted to know whether the human soul had physical weight, and he believed that the moment of death was the only window in which that question could be answered with measurable data. The device McDougall built was a modified Fairbanks scale, a large platform balance used in industrial settings, reconfigured to support an entire bed and patient assembly while maintaining sensitivity to changes as small as 0.2 of an ounce. The patient lay on the bed throughout the dying process, and the scale recorded continuous weight measurements from hours before death through the moment of cessation and beyond. McDougall reasoned that if consciousness or the soul represented any form of physical substance, its departure from the body at the moment of death would register as a measurable weight loss that could not be accounted for by any known biological process. Breathing stops at death, eliminating the weight loss from exhaled air. Perspiration and bodily fluid loss could be measured and controlled for separately. Blood circulation ceases, halting the transfer of fluids between internal organs. Any remaining unexplained weight change after accounting for all of those variables would represent something that existing physiology could not explain. The first patient McDougall measured lost 0.75 of an ounce at the precise moment of death. The scale beam dropped suddenly and did not recover. McDougall sat with that reading for a long time before writing it down. He repeated the experiment with 5 additional patients over the following months, documenting each session with the same methodology and submitting the complete findings to the American Medicine Journal. The paper described a measurable and reproducible weight loss at the moment of death that he could not account for through any known physiological mechanism. The figure of 21 grams, derived from a unit conversion of his 0.75 ounce measurement, entered public consciousness and has remained there ever since. The reaction from the scientific community was immediate and pointed. A physician named Augustus Clark published a direct rebuttal, arguing that the weight loss McDougall observed was caused by the sudden cessation of blood circulation through the lungs at death, which altered the rate of moisture evaporation from the respiratory tract and produced a measurable but entirely physiological weight change that had nothing to do with consciousness or soul. Other critics noted that McDougall's sample of 6 patients was far too small to support any statistically meaningful conclusion, that several of the individual measurements were internally inconsistent or contradictory, and that the experimental controls were insufficient to rule out mechanical drift or artifacts in the scale itself. The paper, they argued, described an anomaly in need of rigorous investigation, not a discovery in need of a theological explanation. McDougall attempted to extend the research by conducting the same experiment with 15 dogs, none of which showed any measurable weight change at the moment of death. He cited this as supporting evidence for his hypothesis on the grounds that animals do not possess souls, a conclusion that collapsed the boundary between scientific measurement and religious belief in a way that further undermined his credibility with the medical establishment. The American Medicine paper was never followed by a peer-reviewed replication study conducted by an independent team. McDougall died in 1920 without publishing any further documented experimental work on the subject. No subsequent researcher has successfully replicated McDougall's result under controlled laboratory conditions with a sufficient sample size and independently verified instrumentation. The original scale has not survived. The complete patient records from the Haverhill experiments are no longer accessible. The moment McDougall described, a scale beam dropping at the instant a person stopped being alive, has been dismissed, debated, and referenced continuously for over a century without ever being conclusively resolved in either direction. The question he was trying to answer with a modified industrial scale and a dying man in a Massachusetts medical facility has not been answered by any instrument or experiment conducted since. The anti-gravity recon drone. In 1944, inside a classified research facility operating under the SS Scientific Division known as the Ahnenerbe, a team of aeronautical engineers and physicists began developing an unmanned reconnaissance platform that abandoned every principal conventional aircraft design had relied on since the Wright brothers. The project, referred to in fragmentary post-war documentation as Flugkreisel, meaning spinning disk in German, was designed to achieve sustained flight through the manipulation of electromagnetic fields rather than aerodynamic lift, producing a craft with no wings, no propeller, no conventional engine, and no meaningful radar signature that existing Allied detection technology could reliably identify. Conventional aircraft generate lift through the aerodynamic principle discovered by Daniel Bernoulli in the 18th century. A wing shaped in cross-section to create a longer path over its upper surface than its lower surface forces air, moving over the top to travel faster than air moving beneath, generating a pressure differential that produces upward force. That force, multiplied across the wing's surface area and combined with sufficient forward thrust, keeps the aircraft airborne. The system works reliably, but imposes fundamental constraints. Wings create drag. Propellers and engines create acoustic and thermal signatures. The aircraft must maintain forward velocity to sustain lift, and the entire structure must be large enough to generate sufficient lifting force to carry its own weight plus payload, making true miniaturization for unmanned reconnaissance purposes extremely difficult within conventional aerodynamic parameters. The Flugkreisel design discarded all of those constraints. The craft was circular in plan form, between 3 and 5 meters in diameter, according to surviving descriptions, and generated its lifting force through a rotating electromagnetic field produced by a central high-voltage generator driving a ring of precisely spaced electromagnetic coils around the craft's outer edge. The rotation of that field was theorized to interact with the Earth's own electromagnetic environment in a way that produced a directional repulsive force, effectively pushing the craft away from the ground without requiring aerodynamic lift or continuous propellant expenditure. Stabilization was achieved through gyroscopic systems derived from existing German torpedo guidance technology. The craft carried no pilot, reducing size and weight requirements dramatically, and was designed to transmit optical reconnaissance data wirelessly to a ground receiving station. What the program was aiming for was a reconnaissance capability that Allied air defenses could not counter. A craft with no significant radar cross-section, no engine noise comparable to conventional aircraft, and the ability to hover without forward motion represented a fundamental intelligence-gathering advantage. Positioned above Allied troop concentrations, supply routes, or coastal fortifications, an operational Flugkreisel could have provided German commanders with real-time battlefield awareness that no existing Allied countermeasure was designed to address. Testing of early prototypes was reportedly conducted at a facility near Prague between 1944 and early 1945. Witness accounts collected by Allied intelligence teams following the war described disc-shaped craft performing flight maneuvers that conventional aircraft could not replicate, including stationary hovering and instantaneous directional changes without a turning radius. Those witness accounts were documented, assessed, and classified. The engineers who worked on the program were among the scientists processed through Operation Paperclip, the American program that relocated German scientific personnel to the United States following the war. The technical documentation for the Flugkreisel has never appeared in any declassified archive. Several of the engineers absorbed into American aerospace research programs worked subsequently in advanced propulsion divisions, whose output remains classified to the present day. Whether the electromagnetic lift principles the program explored were abandoned as unworkable or developed further inside classified American research has not been established by any publicly available evidence. Dead hand. By the late 1970s, Soviet military planners had become convinced of something deeply unsettling. A single well-aimed American strike could wipe out the entire Soviet leadership before anyone gave the order to retaliate, leaving the country's nuclear arsenal sitting in its silos with no one left alive to launch it. Their answer wasn't to harden bunkers or scatter commanders across more locations, though they did both of those things too. Their answer was to build a system that didn't require a living commander at all. The system, codenamed Perimeter and nicknamed Dead Hand in the West, worked through a layered chain of checks designed to confirm, almost mechanically, that the country had actually been destroyed before it allowed a response. Once activated by a senior official during a crisis, it began monitoring a nationwide network of sensors built to detect the unmistakable signs of a nuclear strike: flashes of light, sudden radiation, spikes, seismic shocks, and pressure changes consistent with a detonation. If those signs appeared, the system checked something else first: whether communication lines to military command in Moscow were still active. If those lines had gone silent and stayed silent for a set window of time, the system drew its own conclusion. Leadership was gone. Someone, or something, still had to respond. That response didn't come from a single button. The system would launch specialized rockets carrying no warheads at all, only powerful radio transmitters designed to fly across the length of the country, broadcasting launch codes down to every surviving missile silo, submarine, and bomber unit below. Crews manning those silos, even if every one of them had already been killed or incapacitated, weren't required for the missiles to fire. The silos themselves were built to receive the broadcast, roll open automatically, and launch on command, controlled at that point by a machine relaying orders from a leadership that might already be dead. A small human safeguard was built into the design, despite the relentless automation surrounding it. Engineers reportedly considered making the entire chain fully automatic, with no person involved at any stage, and concluded the idea was too dangerous even for a system built around mutually assured destruction. Instead, a handful of duty officers stationed in a deeply buried bunker were left as the final check, authorized to confirm the launch once every other condition had already been met. A human presence retained less for control and more, because removing it entirely felt like crossing a line nobody wanted to cross. The project was tested for real. In 1984, a specialized command missile launched from Soviet territory and successfully transmitted a live signal to a missile silo nearly 4,000 kilometers away, triggering an actual intercontinental ballistic missile launch that struck its designated target. The system went fully operational the following year, built and deployed without the Soviet government ever publicly acknowledging its existence. For years, Western intelligence had only fragments and rumors to go on. vague hints of an automated retaliation system buried somewhere inside Soviet military doctrine. It wasn't until the early 1990s, after the Soviet Union had already collapsed, that retired military officers confirmed in interviews what the West had only suspected. The system was real, it had been built, and it had been sitting ready the entire time. Confirmation came again in 2011 when a senior Russian military commander stated publicly that the system remained operational decades after the country that built it had ceased to exist. What makes the system different from almost everything else built during the Cold War is that it was never decommissioned, never dismantled, never relegated to a museum. By most credible accounts, it still exists today, deep beneath Russian territory, semi-dormant and waiting for a crisis severe enough to switch it on. A piece of Soviet-era engineering still standing ready, in theory, to finish a war that the country which designed it no longer survives to fight. The decision to keep it secret has struck more than one historian as a strange contradiction at the heart of the entire program. A system built specifically to guarantee retaliation should, in theory, work better as a deterrent if the enemy knows it exists, since the entire purpose of mutually assured destruction depends on both sides. Believing a strike will absolutely be answered. Keeping dead hand hidden meant the West spent decades unsure whether such a system existed at all, weakening the very deterrent effect the Soviets had built it to provide. Decades later, the system is widely believed to remain active in a modernized form, referenced occasionally by Russian officials during moments of heightened tension. A Cold War machine quietly carried forward into a world it was never described to operate in. Pumapunku, high on the Bolivian Altiplano, more than 12,000 feet above sea level, sits a field of shattered stone that has fueled some of the most persistent fringe theories in modern archaeology. Pumapunku is part of the larger Tiwanaku complex near Lake Titicaca, built by the Tiwanaku civilization sometime around 500 to 600 CE. Today it looks less like a temple and more like a demolition site, massive stone blocks scattered and broken across the ground. But look closer at the surviving pieces, and the precision becomes impossible to ignore. Some of the andesite blocks at Pumapunku feature perfectly straight grooves, matching drill holes spaced with millimeter consistency, and interlocking geometric cuts so exact that adjacent stones fit together like machined parts. One famous design, known as the H-block, repeats across multiple separate stones with such uniformity that you could swap them, and the joints would still align. Andesite is a hard volcanic rock, tougher to carve than limestone or sandstone, and the largest blocks at the site weigh well over 100 tons. For a culture working without iron tools, without the wheel in any functional sense, and without draft animals capable of hauling that kind of weight, the natural question is obvious. How was any of this actually done? This is the exact question Erich von Däniken seized on in his 1968 book, Chariots of the Gods. And it's been recycled by alternative history media ever since. The claim goes that the precision at Pumapunku is simply beyond what Bronze Age or even Stone Age tools could achieve, that the cuts look machined because they were, somehow, by visiting extraterrestrials or a vanished hyper-advanced civilization that predates known human history entirely. The claim gets extra fuel from Arthur Poznański, a self-taught archaeologist who, in the early 1900s, used astronomical alignments at the site to argue Tiwanaku was actually 17,000 years old, far older than any accepted timeline for civilization in the Americas. Both claims collapse under examination. Poznański's astronomical dating method has been thoroughly discredited by modern archaeoastronomy. It relied on assumptions about long-term shifts in Earth's axial tilt that don't hold up, and it ignored the extensive radiocarbon dating, pottery sequencing, and architectural stratigraphy that consistently placed Tiwanaku's major construction phases, including Pumapunku, in the 500 to 600 CE range. This isn't a minor disagreement, it's the difference between a culture working within the known archaeological record of the Andes and a claim with no supporting physical evidence whatsoever. As for the stonework itself, experimental archaeology has actually replicated Pumapunku-style cuts using only the technology available to the Tiwanaku. Andesite can be shaped using harder hammerstones to peck and grind the surface, a slow, labor-intensive process, but not an impossible one. especially with a large, organized workforce and generations of accumulated stoneworking knowledge. Researchers have also found unfinished blocks at the site still bearing visible tool marks from stone hammers and what were likely copper or bronze chisels. Direct physical evidence of the actual construction process, not inference. The repeated modular H-block design isn't evidence of machine tooling. It's evidence of standardization, the same logic that leads any sophisticated building culture toward reusable, interchangeable components once they've solved a difficult design problem once. None of this means Puma Punku is fully understood, though. Genuine open questions remain, and they're more interesting than the alien theory once you actually look at them. The largest stones were quarried from sites several miles away, some of red sandstone hauled from a quarry near the southern shore of Lake Titicaca itself, raising real logistical questions about exactly how Tiwanaku workers moved blocks, weighing in the tens of tons across that distance and up onto the Altiplano. Ramps, log rollers, and massed human labor are the leading explanations, but the precise methods and how quickly the work could realistically have been done are still debated among specialists. There's also the matter of Tiwanaku's collapse. Around 1000 to 1100 CE, this advanced, highly organized society disintegrated relatively quickly, and the leading theory points to a sustained, multi-decade drought that crippled the raised field agriculture the population depended on, but the full picture of how a civilization capable of this level of precision engineering simply came apart is still being pieced together from sediment cores and settlement data. So, the real mystery at Puma Punku was never about who built it. It's about exactly how a society without metal tools or wheeled transport pulled off this level of precision, and why, after centuries of doing it, the whole system fell apart. The Ionocraft. In 1959, Russian-American aviation pioneer Major Alexander de Seversky filed a patent for the Ionocraft, an experimental aircraft designed to fly using ionized air instead of propellers, jets, or any moving mechanical part. At a time when helicopters and early jump jets relied on heavy engines and spinning rotors to achieve vertical flight, generating noise, turbulent rotor wash, and constant mechanical wear, de Seversky proposed something that broke entirely from convention: a vehicle with no engine block, no fuel tank, and no blades of any kind, lifted purely by an electric field acting directly on the surrounding air. The underlying principle, known as ionic wind, had actually been observed as far back as 1709, but no one before de Seversky had seriously engineered it into a vehicle meant to carry weight off the ground. The Ionocraft worked by passing extremely high voltage, tens of thousands of volts, between a thin emitter wire and a curved collector plate mounted beneath it. The voltage was strong enough to strip electrons from nearby air molecules, ionizing the air and creating a stream of charged particles. The electric field then drove these ions downward, toward the collector, and as they traveled, they collided repeatedly with surrounding neutral air molecules, dragging that air along with them. The result was a steady, silent downward wind, strong enough that the reaction force pushed the entire lightweight frame upward. No combustion took place anywhere in the system. No part of it spun, vibrated, or wore down through friction, since the entire mechanism consisted of tubustationary electrodes and a current passing invisibly through open air. De Seversky's laboratory built a small working demonstration model, a lattice of fine wires weighing about 2 ounces, and lifted it cleanly off a workbench using roughly 90 watts of power, less than a typical incandescent light bulb of the era. Popular Mechanics placed the device on its August 1964 cover, describing the demonstration as something close to a flying magic carpet, silent and entirely without visible moving parts. De Seversky told the magazine the design carried no real upper limit on size, insisting that efficiency would actually improve as the structure grew, and that platforms built on the same principle could eventually be constructed as large as a city block, large enough to lift significant cargo or even passengers using nothing but static electricity and air. The claim drew interest from military researchers, intrigued by an aircraft that could fly without any exhaust signature, mechanical noise, or moving parts to maintain. The same physics that lifted the 2-ounce model made a full-size version effectively impossible to build. Ion wind thrust does not scale in proportion to the size or weight of the vehicle producing it. Lifting additional mass requires a steep, disproportionate increase in both voltage and power consumption, since efficiency depends heavily on the geometry and spacing of the electrodes rather than simply adding more of them. A foil and wire frame could be lifted by a small benchtop power supply, but a structure large enough to carry even a single-seated pilot would have required a power source heavier than any battery, generator, or capacitor bank available at the time, an engineering ceiling that no refinement of the design could push past. Engineers who studied the concept through the 1960s confirmed the same conclusion independently, finding no practical way to generate enough lift to carry the equipment needed to produce the electricity that powered the lift in the first place. No version of the ionocraft capable of carrying a person was ever built, and serious research into the concept quietly faded by the end of the decade, as the gap between the working model and a useful aircraft proved impossible to close, with the technology then available. The ionocraft never disappeared completely. For decades afterward, hobbyists built small foil and wire devices known as lifters, wiring them to high voltage supplies just to watch them drift a few quiet inches off a tabletop, repeating almost exactly the same demonstration de Seversky had shown the press generations earlier. The man who once said his invention could be built as big as a city block never saw it lift anything heavier than its own 2 ounces off the ground. The Lycurgus cup. Sometime in the 4th century, Roman glassmakers produced a cup that should not exist. It sits today in the British Museum in London, jade green when light falls on its surface from the front, blood red when light passes through it from behind. The same object, the same glass. 2 completely different colors depending solely on where the light comes from. Scientists who examined it after the British Museum acquired it in the 1950s were genuinely baffled. It was not until the 1990s that they discovered what the Romans had done. They had invented nanotechnology. The Lycurgus cup owes its unusual properties to the use of tiny quantities of colloidal gold and silver. The overall effect is achieved by adding nanoparticles of chemically treated silver and gold to the glass during the manufacturing process. These particles are as small as 20 nanometers in diameter, which is less than 1/1000th of a grain of table salt, just coarse enough to reflect light without entirely blocking its transmission. The physics behind the color change is called localized surface plasmon resonance. When light strikes the metal nanoparticles embedded in the glass, the electrons in those particles begin to oscillate at frequencies that depend on the size, shape, and composition of the particles. Those oscillating electrons absorb certain wavelengths of light and scatter others. When light hits the flecks of metal in the glass, their electrons vibrate in different ways, only partially reflecting the light passing through it, creating the 2-color effect. Light falling on the front surface is scattered and reflected back as green. Light passing through the glass from behind is absorbed and transmitted as red. The cup changes color not because of any pigment or coating, but because of the quantum mechanical behavior of metal particles smaller than a virus. The quantities involved are extraordinarily small, 330 parts per million of silver and 40 parts per million of gold, leading researchers to speculate that the glass might have been accidentally contaminated by gold and silver dust, and that the glassmakers may not even have known these particles were involved. Yet the discovery of other glass pieces with the exact same composition shows that the mixture was deliberately fabricated. The Romans had figured out through centuries of empirical experimentation that specific combinations of gold and silver, ground to an invisible fineness, added to molten glass in precise proportions and heated under controlled conditions, produced a color-changing effect they could reproduce intentionally. They did not have the vocabulary of quantum physics or plasmon resonance. Roman glassmakers knew that when light hit their glass, something in the nano fragments of metal would alter the color of the glass. It is certain that ancient glassmakers had words for what they did, but those words are lost, and we must speak in modern nomenclature. There were a large number of factors to control, including the concentration of the metals and the particle size, oxidation states of certain elements, the time and temperature of heating, and probably the atmosphere during heating. It is unlikely that the Romans were able to figure this all out, precisely when technology was very restricted. The implication is that the knowledge was accumulated gradually across generations of glassmakers working through trial and error, without any theoretical framework to guide them, arriving at a practical mastery of a phenomenon that modern science could not explain until electron microscopy made nanoparticles visible. The Lycurgus cup is the only intact example of dichroic glass from antiquity. Researchers at the University of Illinois who studied the nanoparticle composition found that the type of liquid poured into the cup also affected the electron vibrations of the embedded particles, shifting the transmitted color slightly depending on the fluid's refractive index. The cup was not merely decorative. It was a sensor responding differently to water, wine, and oil in ways a careful observer would notice. Whether that sensitivity was discovered by the Romans who made it and used deliberately, or was simply an unnoticed property of an object valued only for its beauty, is a question the cup cannot answer. The knowledge required to make another one was lost with the civilization that produced it. The biophoton emitter. In 1970, at the University of Marburg in Germany, a biophysics researcher named Fritz Albert Popp was studying the molecular properties of chemical carcinogens when a graduate student proposed adding an unusual measurement to the experiment. They were already applying ethidium bromide to samples of DNA and observing how it caused the double helix to unravel. The student suggested they also measure any light coming from the sample. What the instruments showed stopped Popp entirely. The more the DNA unraveled, the stronger the light emission became. The less the chemical was used, the less light was produced. The DNA was not just reacting chemically, it was emitting light. The device Popp built to investigate this phenomenon used ultra-sensitive photomultiplier tubes capable of detecting single photon events, combined with light-shielding systems that excluded all ambient light from the measurement environment to ensure that any light detected was originating from the biological sample itself, rather than from the surrounding laboratory. What those instruments confirmed was that every living cell continuously emits photons of light at wavelengths in the ultraviolet to visible spectrum, at intensities of between 1 and 100 photons per second per square centimeter of surface area. The emissions were too faint to see with the naked eye, but entirely real and consistently measurable with sufficiently sensitive equipment across repeated experimental sessions. Popp coined the term biophotons to describe them and spent the following 4 decades investigating what function they served inside living organisms. The most significant finding from his research was not the existence of the emissions, but their character. The biophotons emitted by healthy living cells were coherent, meaning they were phase-locked and frequency-locked with one another in a way that random thermal emission cannot produce. Coherent light behaves like laser light, with its waves synchronized rather than chaotic and disorganized. Popp argued that this coherence was not accidental but functional, that biophotons represented a communication system operating across and between cells, carrying regulatory information through the organism at the speed of light in a way that chemical signaling alone could not account for, given the speed at which certain biological coordination events occur. Diseased tissue emitted biophotons at different intensities and with disrupted coherence compared to healthy tissue of the same type, suggesting that the body's internal light field was an active regulatory mechanism whose disruption corresponded directly to the onset and progression of biological dysfunction. The diagnostic implication was significant. If the coherence and intensity of biophoton emission from a tissue sample differed measurably between healthy and cancerous states, a sufficiently sensitive detector could identify disease at a cellular level earlier than any existing imaging or blood-based diagnostic method could detect it. Later, therapeutic devices developed from Popp's research used light-emitting instruments calibrated to the specific wavelengths and coherence properties of healthy biophoton emission, directing that light at damaged or diseased tissue with the intent of restoring the coherence patterns the disease had disrupted. Independent research institutions across Europe, Japan, and the United States replicated Popp's basic measurement findings. The existence of biophoton emission from living tissue is confirmed and not disputed in the peer-reviewed scientific literature. What remains actively contested is whether the coherence Popp identified represents a genuine biological communication and regulatory system, or a measurable but functionally passive byproduct of normal cellular oxidative chemistry that carries no information and serves no coordinating role in biological processes. Pop died in 2018. The International Institute of Biophysics he founded continues to coordinate biophoton research across multiple countries and research institutions. No major pharmaceutical company or medical imaging manufacturer has incorporated biophoton measurement into a commercially available clinical diagnostic product, despite 4 decades of published peer-reviewed research, suggesting that the coherence patterns of cellular light emission differ measurably between healthy and diseased states in ways that existing diagnostics cannot detect at the same stage of disease progression. Whether that absence reflects a genuine scientific consensus that the clinical application remains insufficiently proven, or reflects the scale of disruption that an early-stage optical biopsy tool would represent to the existing diagnostic testing industry, is a question the research record raises clearly, but leaves entirely unanswered. The vacuum energy engine. In the late 1990s, an American engineer and inventor named Thomas Bearden began publicly describing a device he called the motionless electromagnetic generator, a machine he claimed could extract usable electrical energy directly from empty space, producing more power than it consumed, and running indefinitely without any conventional fuel source whatsoever. The theoretical foundation behind the device draws from a concept in quantum physics called zero-point energy. Empty space, according to quantum field theory, is not actually empty. At the subatomic level, space is filled with constant fluctuations of energy, particles and antiparticles flickering in and out of existence in fractions of a second. This background energy, present everywhere in the universe at all times, is called the quantum vacuum. The total amount of energy contained within it is, by most theoretical calculations, enormous. The challenge that has occupied physicists for decades is whether any of that energy can be extracted in a usable form, and, if so, how. Bearden's device, which he developed alongside 4 co-inventors and patented in the United States in 2002, was designed to do exactly that. The motionless electromagnetic generator contained no moving parts. It consisted of a permanent magnet, several carefully wound electromagnetic coils, and a control system that delivered precisely timed pulses of electrical current to those coils. The pulses were designed to repeatedly stress and de-stress the magnetic field surrounding the permanent magnet, a process Bearden described as tapping the magnetic vector potential of the surrounding vacuum. Each time the field was stressed and released, the device claimed to draw additional energy from the quantum vacuum itself, returning more electrical output than the pulses consumed. The absence of moving parts meant no mechanical wear, no friction losses, and theoretically, no degradation over time. Bearden filed the patent with 4 co-inventors, all of them engineers with credible professional backgrounds. The United States Patent Office granted the patent in 2002 under patent number 6,362,718. The documentation described the theoretical basis, the construction of the device, and the claimed output measurements in considerable technical detail. Bearden published extensively, corresponding with physicists and engineers internationally, and presenting the device as a practical solution to the world's energy needs. Independent replication attempts began almost immediately after the patent was published. Research groups in the United States, Europe, and Asia attempted to construct the device according to the patent specifications and measure its output. None of them confirmed the over-unity effect Bearden described. Measured output in every documented independent test came in below input, consistent with the behavior of a conventional electromagnetic device operating under normal thermodynamic constraints. No laboratory outside Bearden's own claimed to have reproduced the excess energy effect. Bearden maintained throughout his life that the replications failed because researchers did not build the device to sufficiently precise specifications, particularly regarding the timing and frequency of the control pulses. The exact parameters required, he argued, were not fully captured in the patent documentation. He died in 2013. The original motionless electromagnetic generator has not been made available for independent testing. The patent remains public, but the specific operational parameters Bearden insisted were critical have never been fully disclosed. Zero-point energy itself remains a legitimate and actively studied area of theoretical physics. The question of whether the quantum vacuum contains extractable energy has not been resolved, and serious research into related phenomena continues in university laboratories and government-funded programs around the world. Whether Bearden's device represented a genuine interaction with vacuum energy that conventional replication methods failed to capture, or whether it was a sophisticated misinterpretation of standard electromagnetic behavior, has never been definitively settled. The energy it promised, unlimited, fuel-free, and available everywhere in the universe simultaneously, remains exactly where it has always been, everywhere, and so far, completely out of reach. The Nimrud lens. In 1850, English archaeologist Austin Henry Layard was excavating the northwest palace of Nimrud, an ancient Assyrian royal residence in what is now northern Iraq, when he uncovered a small oval piece of rock crystal buried among ivory carvings, jewelry, and fragments of decorative glassware. The object was carefully ground and polished on one side to a convex curve and left comparatively flat on the other. Layard noted it in his excavation records, suggested it might have been used as a magnifying lens, and shipped it to the British Museum, where it has sat ever since. If one Italian scientist is correct, the telescope was not invented sometime in the 16th century by Dutch spectacle makers, but by ancient Assyrian astronomers nearly 3,000 years earlier. The Nimrud lens, which has been dated to between 750 and 710 BC, is made from natural rock crystal and is slightly oval in shape. It was roughly ground, perhaps on a lapidary wheel. It has a focal point about 11 centimeters from the flat side and a focal length of about 12 centimeters. Those optical properties are not accidental byproducts of decorative shaping. A focal length of 12 centimeters produces a magnification factor of approximately 3 times, equivalent to a modern 3-power magnifying glass, and the grinding required to achieve a consistent focal point across the lens surface requires deliberate control of curvature that purely decorative polishing does not produce. The lens is ground from natural quartz crystal, a material chosen not for its decorative qualities, which are modest compared to the colored stones Assyrian craftsmen routinely worked with, but for its optical clarity, its hardness, and its transparency across a wide range of light frequencies that make it superior to any glass available in the ancient world for optical applications. Modern optical testing has determined that the lens has a focal length of around 11 centimeters, sufficient to magnify small objects or focus sunlight into a concentrated beam, and its material, natural rock crystal, is both durable and transparent, capable of producing clear magnification. Professor Giovanni Pettinato of the University of Rome believes the lens was used by Assyrian astronomers as a telescope more than 3,000 years ago, suggesting they saw more in the night sky than was possible with the naked eye alone. The Assyrians are documented as among the most sophisticated astronomers of the ancient world, producing star catalogs, eclipse prediction tables, and records of planetary movement that required observational precision difficult to account for with unaided eyes alone. Pettinato added that ancient Assyrians depicted Saturn as a god surrounded by serpents, suggesting that they could have seen Saturn's rings. Saturn's rings are not visible to the naked eye under any atmospheric conditions. A lens of sufficient power combined with a clear, dark sky and a stable mounting could make them visible, and the serpent imagery in Assyrian depictions of Saturn is specific enough to have prompted serious researchers to ask whether it represents something the Assyrians actually observed, rather than something they mythologically invented. The British Museum's description concludes that the Nimrud lens would have been of little or no practical use, while acknowledging that the piece of rock crystal has been carefully ground and polished and undoubtedly has optical properties, reaching the conclusion that those optical properties were probably accidental. That conclusion has been criticized by researchers who note that the hundreds of other carefully crafted and polished lenses found at ancient sites across Egypt, Greece, and Babylon are unlikely to all represent accidental optical byproducts of decorative work. The specific location of the Nimrud lens, recovered from the throne room of the Northwest Palace among objects that archaeological context identifies as prized royal possessions, rather than decorative inlay material, further complicates the casual dismissal of its optical function. A second lens, possibly dating to the 5th century BC, was discovered in a sacred cave on Mount Ida in Crete. and it was of higher quality and more powerful than the Nimrud lens. The Nimrud lens sits in the British Museum's collection, currently not on public display. The institution that holds it maintains that its optical properties are accidental and that there is no evidence the Assyrians used lenses for any optical purpose. The question of how the Assyrians produced astronomical records of a precision that challenges unaided observation, and whether a ground rock crystal lens with a documented focal length found in the throne room of an Assyrian royal palace had anything to do with that precision, remains officially unaddressed by any institution with access to the object. The Ekranoplan. In 1966, American spy satellites photographed a 300-foot machine skimming across the Caspian Sea at over 300 miles an hour, flying too low to be a plane and too fast to be a boat. Confused analysts had no category for it. They nicknamed it the Caspian Sea Monster because nothing else fit. The machine was a ground effect vehicle, a design that exploits the cushion of compressed air that forms under a wing flying just a few meters above water. Most aircraft engineers had dismissed this effect as a minor footnote, a strange quirk that made planes harder to land, not something worth building an entire vehicle around. But by hugging the surface of the sea instead of fighting against the effect, the machine turned that footnote into its single greatest advantage. It generated massive extra lift, allowing it to carry loads no conventional aircraft could lift, at speeds no ship could match, while flying low enough to slip beneath most radar coverage entirely. At nearly 350 tons, it remains one of the heaviest aircraft ever built, heavier than most cargo planes flying today, and yet it was never meant to climb above a few meters off the water. Its successor, built 2 decades later, made the military intent impossible to ignore. 6 anti-ship missiles were mounted directly onto its back, turning a strange experimental hull into a weapon that could skim toward an enemy fleet undetected and strike before any warning could be issued. It didn't need altitude to be dangerous. It needed speed, mass, and invisibility, and the design gave it all 3 at once. No fighter jet patrol expects an attack to come in low, fast, and skimming the waves rather than dropping from the sky. The Soviet military classified the entire program immediately and buried it inside a sealed naval base on the Caspian Sea, closed off from foreign observation. For over a decade, the only evidence of its existence came from grainy satellite photographs that Western intelligence couldn't fully explain. Reconnaissance teams debated for years whether they were looking at a new kind of aircraft, an experimental hovercraft, or some kind of imaging error in the satellite feed itself. It wasn't a glitch. It was a weapon the rest of the world wasn't supposed to know existed, hidden in plain sight on open water, simply because no one outside the program had the context to recognize what they were seeing. The motive behind the secrecy was simple. A vehicle that could move massive force under radar, completely undetected, gave one side a decisive military advantage. And advantages like that only function as long as the enemy doesn't know to prepare for them. The moment a weapon like this becomes public knowledge, opposing militaries start designing countermeasures, adjusting radar coverage, and rewriting their assumptions about what a threat looks like. Secrecy wasn't an accident of bureaucracy or excessive caution. It was the entire strategic value of the machine. Then the program simply stopped. Not through sabotage, not through a raid, not because the technology failed, but through the collapse of the country that funded it. When the Soviet Union dissolved in 1991, the money and the political will to build more of these machines disappeared with it almost overnight. The original prototype had already been lost in a 1980 crash and left to sink, considered too heavy and too secret to bother recovering from the seafloor. The one surviving combat version was decommissioned shortly after and left to rot at the same sealed base that had hidden it from the world for over 20 years, slowly rusting within sight of the water it was built to dominate. For nearly 3 decades it sat there, untouched, visible only to satellites and the rare traveler who stumbled across photographs of a 300-foot war machine, abandoned in the sand like the carcass of something that had simply been forgotten. It wasn't moved, restored, or properly explained to the public until 2020, almost 60 years after it first appeared on an analyst's desk as something that defied every existing classification. The technology never disappeared because it failed. It disappeared because the only government with both the resources and the motive to build more of it stopped existing before it ever got the chance to scale the program up. Other nations have spent decades since quietly testing the same underlying principle in smaller, quieter projects, because they suspect, correctly, that flying just above the water might still be the fastest, hardest to detect way to move an unstoppable amount of force directly under an enemy's radar, and whoever masters it first inherits an advantage no one currently knows how to counter. The Wedge of Ayud. In 1974, construction workers digging through sand along a riverbank in Romania pulled up two fossilized bones from an extinct mammal alongside a third object that didn't belong with the other two at all, a dense wedge-shaped chunk of metal buried more than 30 feet beneath the surface. The bones were obviously ancient. The metal object looked machined, deliberately shaped, with drilled holes and surfaces too clean and too symmetrical to be a natural mineral formation. It sat in a museum storeroom for 2 decades before anyone outside a small circle of researchers paid much attention to it at all. When laboratories eventually analyzed its composition, the results were strange enough to explain why the object kept resurfacing in conversation decades later. The wedge turned out to be roughly 90% aluminum, alloyed with a long list of trace metals, including copper, zinc, and silicon in carefully specific proportions. That detail mattered enormously to the people who popularized this story, because aluminum, unlike iron or bronze, doesn't occur naturally as a usable metal. It has to be extracted from ore through an energy-intensive industrial process that human civilization didn't develop until the late 1800s. Finding a refined aluminum alloy buried in the same sediment layer as bones reportedly tens of thousands of years old, or by some far more extreme estimates, hundreds of thousands of years old, looked to the people who first ran with the story like proof that someone with advanced technology had been on this riverbank long before recorded history began. That single fact, refined aluminum, apparently sitting in ancient sediment, became the foundation for an enormous amount of speculation. Romanian ufologists who eventually got hold of the object argued it could only be explained as wreckage from an aircraft or spacecraft belonging to a civilization, possibly not even a human one, with metallurgical capability far beyond anything that should have existed. At the time the surrounding sediment was supposedly laid down. The object made its way onto television programs built around exactly this kind of mystery, presented alongside dramatic claims about its age and an alloy composition that, according to its most enthusiastic promoters, couldn't be replicated using any known ancient or even modern manufacturing process. The dating itself, however, rests on far shakier ground than the alloy composition does. The extreme age estimates trace back almost entirely to the assumption that the wedge was deposited in the same sediment layer as the mastodon bones found near it, rather than having fallen, washed in, or been dug up and redeposited at some much more recent point before construction workers found it. Sediment layers along an active river get disturbed constantly by flooding, erosion, and decades of nearby digging, and an object can end up sitting next to bones millions of years older than it is, without the two having anything to do with each other. A far less dramatic explanation has quietly gathered support among engineers and geologists who've actually examined photographs and descriptions of the piece closely. Its shape, proportions, and the placement of its drilled mounting holes closely resemble a broken tooth from an excavator bucket, a heavy aluminum alloy component that snaps off industrial digging machinery with some regularity and gets lost in exactly the kind of riverbank excavation that turned up this object in the first place. Under that explanation, the wedge isn't ancient at all. It's a piece of 20th century construction equipment that broke off during digging, sank into loose, disturbed sand, and ended up resting near much older bones purely by accident, with no connection between their respective ages whatsoever. No definitive resolution has ever been published, and the object hasn't been subjected to the kind of rigorous, independently verified isotopic dating that could settle the question cleanly one way or the other. Romanian researchers and ufologists have offered competing accounts of the lab work supposedly done on it, with claims about Swiss laboratory confirmations and impossible alloy combinations circulating for years without the underlying data ever being published in a form other specialists could independently check. That gap between the dramatic claims and the verifiable evidence is exactly where this story has lived for half a century. What's left is a genuinely uncertain artifact, sitting in a Romanian museum, caught permanently between two explanations that couldn't be further apart. Either a piece of broken farm and mining equipment that fell into a hole at the wrong moment, or the only physical evidence anyone has ever recovered for an entirely unknown chapter of human or non-human history. Grad. In March 1969, Soviet and Chinese forces clashed over a small, disputed island on a frozen river along their shared border. A fight that had already dragged on for weeks through artillery exchanges and infantry skirmishes neither side could decisively win. Then, in a span of about 10 minutes, Soviet forces unleashed something the Chinese army had never encountered before. A coordinated barrage that didn't just suppress enemy positions, but obliterated reserves, supply points, and entire warehouses in a single sustained strike. The weapon behind it had existed in complete secrecy for years. Within hours of that battle, it stopped being secret at all. The weapon worked by trading precision for overwhelming volume, mounting 40 rocket tubes onto the back of a standard military truck, arranged in rows that could fire their entire payload in roughly 20 seconds. Each rocket spun in flight for stability, rather than relying on complex internal guidance, sacrificing pinpoint accuracy for a design simple enough to mass produce by the thousands. A single launcher could blanket a target area large enough to disrupt entire enemy formations at once, then immediately relocate before any return fire had a chance to find it. The same hidden move philosophy that had made its World War II predecessor so effective decades earlier, scaled up with a far larger rocket capacity and substantially greater range. That predecessor, a rocket system nicknamed by terrified German troops for the haunting sound of its launch, had already proven during the war that overwhelming a target with a single rapid barrage could break enemy morale even when individual rockets weren't especially accurate. Soviet planners spent the post-war years steadily refining that same basic concept, and by the late 1950s, military leadership wanted something that could devastate concentrated enemy positions, supply depots, and counter battery threats faster than conventional towed artillery ever could. Development began in 1960, moved through prototype testing within a year, and entered formal service in 1963, all while remaining almost entirely unknown outside a tight circle of Soviet military planning. That secrecy held for roughly 6 years, broken only by the moment necessity overrode caution at the height of the border conflict. Soviet commanders, facing a Chinese force they couldn't dislodge through conventional means alone, made the decision to deploy the weapon in active combat for the first time, betting that the tactical payoff was worth revealing a capability they had spent years concealing. The bombardment that followed didn't just break the immediate standoff. It announced, in the span of a single barrage, that an entirely new category of weapon now existed, one that foreign intelligence services had to scramble to identify and classify after the fact, rather than tracking through years of careful observation beforehand. What happened next set this weapon apart from almost everything else built during the same era. Rather than fading into obsolescence or quiet retirement, it spread. Within a decade, Allied nations were receiving their own units, and within a few more, countries with no formal relationship to the Soviet Union at all were reverse engineering and manufacturing close copies of their own, adapting the same 40-tube layout onto whatever truck chassis happened to be locally available. Versions have since been built, licensed, or copied across dozens of countries on nearly every continent, making it, by most measures, the most widely produced and proliferated rocket artillery system in modern military history. More than 60 years after its first secret test, original units and countless derivatives remain in active service in conflicts around the world today. A weapon designed in total secrecy specifically to win one contested island that ended up, almost by accident, becoming one of the most recognizable and enduring pieces of military hardware on the planet. That endurance comes down almost entirely to how little can go wrong with it. The system has no complex guidance electronics to fail, no delicate components that require specialized maintenance crews, and can be mounted on virtually any sturdy truck chassis a country happens to have available, which is exactly why so many nations with, limited defense industries have managed to build functional copies of their own. A weapon engineered around brute simplicity rather than precision turned out to be almost impossible to render obsolete, since the basic physics behind firing a large number of unguided rockets in a short burst hasn't changed, even as guided munitions elsewhere in modern warfare have grown vastly more sophisticated. The plasma rail gun. In 1942, inside a weapons development facility operated by the German Army Ordnance Office in Peenemünde on the Baltic coast, a team of electrical engineers and ballistics specialists began developing a weapons system that proposed to replace chemical propellant entirely as the mechanism for accelerating projectiles. The project, documented in captured German technical records under the designation elektrische Kanone, explored the use of electromagnetic force to accelerate a conductive projectile along parallel rails to velocities that conventional gunpowder-based artillery could not approach, combined with a plasma generation system designed to further accelerate and stabilize the projectile beyond the limits of purely electromagnetic propulsion. Conventional artillery operates on a principle unchanged since the development of gunpowder in medieval China. A propellant charge ignites behind a projectile seated inside a barrel, and the rapidly expanding gas pushes the projectile forward along the barrel's length. The velocity a conventional gun can impart is directly limited by the rate at which the propellant burns and the pressure it generates. Beyond a certain threshold, increasing muzzle velocity requires either larger charges, longer barrels, or stronger materials, each adding weight, complexity, and mechanical vulnerability to the weapons system. The electromagnetic railgun bypassed those limitations entirely. Two parallel conductive rails connected to a powerful electrical source carry current in opposite directions. A conductive projectile bridging the gap between the rails completes the circuit, and the interaction between the current and the magnetic field generated by the rails produces a force that accelerates the projectile at rates chemical propellants cannot replicate. The plasma component added a secondary acceleration stage in which the projectile passed through an ionized gas chamber before exiting the barrel, providing additional stabilization and a final velocity increments extending range beyond what the electromagnetic stage alone could achieve. Theoretical muzzle velocities for the combined system were calculated at between 3 and 5 kilometers per second, compared to approximately 1 kilometer per second achievable by the largest conventional artillery of the period. At those velocities, a projectile carries kinetic energy sufficient to penetrate any fixed fortification then in existence without requiring an explosive warhead. Deployed against reinforced concrete bunkers, armored naval vessels, or underground facilities, a working electromagnetic railgun would have restored offensive firepower advantages that hardened defensive positions had steadily eroded throughout the war. Development progressed through theoretical calculation and small-scale laboratory testing between 1942 and 1944, with results confirming theoretical velocity projections within acceptable margins. Full-scale construction was planned, but never initiated as German industrial capacity was diverted entirely toward defensive production. American and Soviet technical intelligence teams recovered the project documentation following Germany's surrender. The United States Navy initiated its own electromagnetic railgun research program within a decade, continuing in classified and later declassified forms through the remainder of the 20th century. The Navy publicly tested a working electromagnetic railgun as recently as 2017, before the program was defunded in 2021 in favor of hypersonic missile development. The weapon the Peenemünde team designed in 1942 was eventually built. It took the world's most heavily funded military 80 years to do it. The psychic signal amplifier. In 1953, at a private research facility in Glen Cove, New York called the Round Table Foundation, a medical doctor and parapsychological researcher named Andrea Puharich connected a Dutch psychic named Peter Herkos to electronic metering equipment and asked him to locate missing persons using nothing but his mind. When Herkos was most successful, the instruments recorded a consistent anomaly. The psychic's brain was producing an extremely low-frequency electromagnetic wave of exactly 8 Hz at the precise moments his accuracy peaked. Extremely low frequency waves, known as ELF waves, occupy the lowest portion of the electromagnetic spectrum, operating at frequencies between 3 and 30 Hz. The human brain produces electrical oscillations across a range of frequencies, depending on its state of activity. The 8 Hz frequency Puharich identified in Hurkos sits at the precise boundary between alpha and theta wave activity, a state associated in neuroscience with heightened intuitive processing, reduced analytical filtering, and increased receptivity to subtle environmental signals. Puharich's theoretical framework held that this frequency was not merely a byproduct of psychic activity, but its mechanism, that the brain operating at 8 Hz was resonating with the Earth's own natural electromagnetic frequency, known as the Schumann resonance, which oscillates at approximately 7.83 Hz. A brain locked onto that frequency was, in his view, coupling with the planetary electromagnetic field in a way that gave it access to information beyond its immediate physical environment. The device Puharich developed to test and extend this principle used a controlled ELF signal generator to externally induce the 8 Hz state in subjects who could not produce it naturally, effectively providing a technological shortcut to the brain state his psychic subjects reach spontaneously. By entraining the brain to that frequency from outside, any subject could theoretically be brought into the same receptive state that high-performing psychics occupied during their most accurate sessions. In 1956, Puharich observed an Indian yogi who could consciously shift his own brainwave state between frequencies at will, confirming that deliberate control of the 8 Hz state was achievable through training. From that point, the research expanded in 2 directions simultaneously. The first was enhancement-focused, exploring whether ELF entrainment could improve cognitive performance and accelerate healing in ordinary subjects. The second direction was considerably darker. Puharich presented his findings on the mental effects of ELF waves to military leaders, who initially dismissed them. He subsequently shared the research with government representatives of several Western nations. His findings documented that specific ELF frequencies produced predictable and reproducible effects on human behavior and cognition, with 7.83 Hz producing feelings of well-being, 10.80 Hz producing agitation and riotous behavior, and 6.6 Hz producing depression. Effects that could be delivered remotely to any population living within range of a sufficiently powerful ELF transmitter. Puharich held over 50 patents across his career, including devices for enhancing neural performance through electrotherapy and methods for influencing biological systems through electromagnetic fields. He died in 1995 following a fall at his home. The circumstances were disputed by colleagues who noted the fall occurred shortly after he had resumed public discussion of his ELF research. His personal research files and laboratory notebooks were not made available to any public institution following his death. The specific device specifications for the psychic amplifier system he developed across 4 decades of funded research have never been published in any accessible form. On July 4, 1976, the Soviet Union began broadcasting a powerful ELF signal from a transmitter inside Soviet territory on a frequency of 10 Hz. A transmission that became known in Western intelligence circles as the Russian woodpecker, and that remained active for over a decade. Whether that signal represented an operational deployment of the same principles Puharich had been presenting to Western military officials for years has never been officially addressed by any government. The Bedini Free Energy Motor. In the early 1980s, in a workshop in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, an electronics engineer and audio equipment designer named John Bedini switched on a motor that he claimed was doing something no motor had ever done before. It was running, and while it ran, it was charging the same battery that was powering it, not depleting it, charging it. The device sitting on his workbench appeared to be returning more energy to its source than it was consuming. The Bedini motor is a back EMF, permanent electromagnetic motor generator that works through a process of regauging, capturing available electromagnetic energy in the system. The device is comprised of a rotor with magnets of the same polarity, a timing wheel in apposition to a magnetic Hall effect, pickup switch semiconductor, and a stator comprised of 2 bars connected by a permanent magnet with magnetized pole pieces at one end of each bar There are input and output coils created by wrapping each bar with conducting copper wire, with energy from the output coils transferred to a recovery rectifier or diode. The key to the claimed overunity effect was in the back EMF, the electromagnetic pulse generated when the coil's magnetic field collapses after each current pulse is switched off. In a conventional motor, that back EMF is treated as waste energy and dissipated as heat through the circuit's resistance. Bedini's circuit was specifically designed to capture that collapsing field pulse and redirect it into a separate battery connected to the output side of the circuit, recovering energy that every conventional motor in existence was simply throwing away. The frequency of the pulses would be different for each coil made due to manufacturing differences, and combining the magnetic attraction to the iron core with the collapse of the magnetic field as the coil was pulsed, produced an opposite pulse of magnetic energy that was collected and returned to the batteries, which could be automatically switched or manually moved to extend runtime significantly beyond what the drive battery's charge alone would suggest was possible. Bedini's motor was running off the principles of electromagnetics that Nikola Tesla discovered in his Colorado Springs experiments, specifically the idea that empty vacuum space is filled with seething energy, and that this free energy resonant coupling could be achieved in a simple, cheap system using ordinary DC motors, batteries, controllers, and trigger circuits. Bedini demonstrated the device publicly at the Tesla Centennial Conference in Colorado Springs, where a researcher named Jim Watson presented two working devices built on the same principles. The larger of Watson's two machines weighed 800 pounds and reportedly delivered a constant load of 12 kilowatts powered by two standard car batteries for the duration of the demonstration. Watson never appeared at another public conference. His whereabouts following that presentation were not publicly documented, and his devices were never made available for independent testing. In 2003, Bedini began releasing information publicly about one of his regenerative motor designs that a 10-year-old schoolgirl had won a science fair with in his hometown. After 10 years and thousands of replications worldwide, the Bedini SG became the most famous and best documented free energy device currently available to amateur researchers. Thousands of hobbyists built versions of the device following Bedini's published schematics, and online forums filled with reports of anomalous charging behavior that builders could not account for within standard electromagnetic theory. Some reported batteries that charge beyond their rated capacity. Others reported run times that exceeded what the input power should have allowed. The results were inconsistent enough to prevent any unified conclusion, but consistent enough to sustain years of active global experimentation. Independent testing consistently told a different story. Organizations like the U.S. Department of Energy and institutions such as MIT repeatedly stated that free energy devices violate known laws of physics. Independent tests demonstrated that Bedini motors consume more energy than they deliver when properly measured. Bedini's response was consistent throughout his life. The measurements were being taken incorrectly. The back EMF pulse was not being captured properly. The devices required precise tuning that mass replication could not guarantee. The specific parameters that made the system work were never published in a form that allowed fully controlled independent verification. Bedini died in November 2016. His workshop in Idaho was closed, and its contents were not made available to any independent research institution. The circuit schematics he published remain accessible and continue to be built by experimenters worldwide, with results that divide consistently between those who report anomalous charging behavior and those who measure only conventional losses. The question his motor posed has never been answered by a fully instrumented independent test conducted under conditions Bedini himself certified as correct. That test was never arranged while he was alive. It cannot be arranged now.